celebrating 10 years of excellence.
Chicago Cub fans are just the greatest. Ernie Banks threw out the first pitch, and another thunderous roar emanated from the stands. Swing and a miss, strike three. Cubs win. Cubs win.
Saturday in the park. I think it was the 4th of July. Saturday in the park. I think it was the 4th of July. People dancing, people laughing, a man selling ice cream, singing a town song. It was Friday, it's Saturday, can you sing it? I've been waiting such a long time.
I'm not even worried. In fact, I got the victory cigar already ready. Bam! He's our slugger, baby. Let's rock and roll. Go Cubbies! Yeah!
We are going to celebrate with the fans one more time. Not exactly Joe Namath, but it's one Cubs guarantee of greatness. As you can see, there is definite joy in Wrigleyville. Long overdue, don't you think? Considering October here is a month of very little glory. But thanks to a brave fight, the lovable losers have become less of a loser by the day. Hi, everyone. Welcome inside the Fox Network Center. Jeannie Velasco along with Kevin Kennedy. The Cubs on the brink of their first playoff series victory since winning the World Series in 1908.
Incredible.
Holy cow.
Or what?
Or should I say holy goat?
Well, we'll let him in.
Yeah. By the way, Ellie Mae, there's a seat labeled Terry Bradshaw. Why don't you just make yourself comfortable right over there?
They won't let him in the bleachers. We'll let him in here.
2 down, 1 more to go for the Cubs.
Unbelievable. Mark Pryor was outstanding last night, Jeannie, and I like the job of Dusty Baker as well. If it works, don't fix it. You let him finish that ball game, 133 pitches. Pryor did the rest.
Boy, that was a great performance. I mean, that's about as good as it gets, especially from a young man never been in that position before.
So as Dusty would say, the stars lined up and, things worked out, in our favor.
I'm not down at all, All we have to do is win 2 ball games. We've done that hundreds of times.
It was great. Now, Mother Nature tried this act last Friday night. The rain coming down. It came last night, but Mark Pryor was ready, and this one was in the bank.
And Mark Pryor got out of the first inning, and that was key. A breaking ball right there, a hard one to get Lopez out. Bottom of the first, Gruzalonic bunting to get a runner to second base. He gets a base hit out of as well. Quick slips right there. And that was set up for Randall Simon. 2 out.
Look at that.
Cutter right there.
He found another use for the bat.
2 runs on the board. Where's the goat?
Hot dogs are safe everywhere.
And Mark Pryor, Jeannie, would finish it off. 133 pitches right there. Beautiful performance by Pryor. A 2-hit ball game for him, and now it looks good for the Cubs today. Up 2 games to 1.
That was the highlight. Here's the low light for Atlanta. Gary Sheffield taking one to the hand.
Yeah, it looks like it could be a fracture, although he has not gotten an x-ray, but he is out of the lineup today. Well, Gary wants to play, but he couldn't do it. That tells me he's a hands hitter. If he can't play, they got to have Darren Bragg in the outfield today. That you're going to miss him. Even though he's only 1 for 10 in this series, last couple years has not hit in the postseason. You miss the presence of a Gary Sheffield.
Just real quick, what's the difference? They're saying it's the hand, not the knuckles, so he could go in.
It's up to Gary Sheffield, really. If he can squeeze the bat. When you're a hands hitter, you got to be able to squeeze the bat. You put it in the palm of your hand right here, and if he can't throw the head, I mean, he's going to be out. So obviously that's why he's not starting. But I think the threat of being able to pinch hit is what Bobby Cox is alluding to right there.
All right. Dusty's current team 1 win away from the championship. Meanwhile, Dusty's former team on the brink of elimination. Oh, yeah. Now, Felipe Alou wanted to go with Jason Schmidt, but he said he physically preferred to wait.
Well, he preferred to wait. He said he was a little stiff. He's had 10 and 9 before. Dontrell Willis punching out Durham right there, getting it done early. But Jerome Williams, after getting out of the first inning, was fine. In the third inning, it would blow up for Williams, the rookie, not getting it done. Pudge Rodriguez having a great series. Williams, of course, upset, and so were the Giants. But they would come back, Junie, in the 6th inning. A 4-run 6th inning. That ball's got to be caught by Gonzalez. Snow would get the hit. That would tie the score.
Takes us to the bottom of the 6th. Their bases loaded, 1 out, Juan Encarnacion. Uh-oh.
Double play ball.
Giants out of the jam, and we're still tied at 5. Bottom 8. Let's take you to the ALDS and what could be the last game for Roger Clement.
I saw the intensity early of Roger Clemens. 94 fastball, 41 years of age, won 17 games this year. Matsui didn't do it the other night as I thought he would, but he did today early. A 2-run home run right there, getting him on the board early for Roger Clemens.
Of course, coming into today, this series tied at 1 apiece with the Yankees, looking to take care of business, and they need the bat of Bernie Williams.
And Bernie Williams hits most very well. He got it done. Roger Clemens punches out right there. That's Mike Ryan's pitch hitting, 2 on, 2 out. Clemens 7 strong innings. He's out of the ball game. Rivera in again for a 2-inning save, trying to make the Yankees go up 2 games to 1. Of course, Boston's on the face of elimination today, and Atlanta and Chicago. Atlanta on the face of elimination as well. Tied up, of course, Florida and Giants. We talked about that. Matt Clement going today. He can put it away. He pitched extremely well in Wrigley Field. In fact, he has more wins in Wrigley Field than Mark Pryor and Kerry Wood. So it's good news right now for Chicago and Matt Clement. If he can relax, get out of that first inning, get some more runs on the board. The Braves, the pressure's all on them to hit. They haven't swung the bats again.
Yeah, but you know what they say. In Dusty, they trusty. Now, I didn't make that up. They actually sell T-shirts like that, and they can't keep them on the shelves. And I'm thinking there's a run on toothpicks with all the drama in this series. Dusty's stick of choice, an Australian-made birchwood injected with tea tree oil, Kevin. Now, this oil has mysterious powers to cure and restore, I guess so, and win. Maybe it'll restore a city.
You know, Dusty Baker, he doesn't chew tobacco. You know, he doesn't chew sunflower seeds like I used to do. He likes a toothpick. It worked in San Francisco. It's working in Chicago. San Francisco is great to Dusty Baker, but he's finding out being in Chicago exactly what it's like in the history of being a Cub.
Boom, 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 boom. Gonna shoot you right down. Put you in my house. Boom, 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 boom.
I feel like I'm coming to a history class. This hadn't happened since 1908. This one hadn't happened since 1935. And this hadn't happened since 1946. And I was like, man, I feel like I'm back in history. You don't really manage a superstar. You just sort of try to maintain things with a superstar because these guys know what they're doing. And basically, you try to, you know, figure out sort of when to leave them alone and when to talk to them and when to, you know, when to give them a hug. It's going to be exciting. The people are psyched. Town psyched. There are people coming from all over the country. Can't get a ticket. Nobody believes me when I tell them I don't have any more. This is going to be packed. Restaurants are going to be packed. This town's going to be buzzing.
For those that don't believe a good manager makes a difference, check out Dusty Baker. He made a difference in San Francisco. He has made a difference this year. The leadership that he has, the respect the players have for him, and it's mutual with Dusty Baker. He lets the stars do their things within the confines of the team rules. Dusty Baker's gotten better also as a game manager. Every time he's in the postseason, he gets better, including last night. A couple years ago, he would have taken Pryor out, not last night. He let him go 133 pitches, and they're up 2 games to 1.
Yeah, you think the Braves have had enough of the Baker boys? Last season, his Giants pushed him into the offseason, and now this. The Cubs have grabbed 2 and are ready to do more damage. Boy, will they ever if this is the end of the road for Atlanta. The Braves have been in every postseason, when there is a postseason, since 1991. 12 times they've raised a divisional banner. Absolutely impressive. But that's just the preliminary. What about the pennant championships? The big show. Well, the Braves haven't made it to the main event since the last century, and it may be a while before they return to glory. That's because it's anybody's guess what the Braves lineup will look like next season with free agency looming. On the way out, Gary Sheffield, Javi Lopez, Vinny Castilla. 3 of the reasons the Braves hit the ball longer and louder than any other National League team, or former Braves team for that matter. And it was the potent offense that made everyone forget about the revamped rotation. A rotation that may be under construction again. It's hard to imagine life in Atlanta without Greg Maddux. Hey, didn't we say that about another longtime Brave? Yeah, well, now it's Maddux who's faced with the dilemma. Resign or resign to life in another uniform. The one constant remains for the April through September Braves. Bobby Cox, who'll be 62 as he enters his 15th straight season at the helm in Atlanta. Of course, with the recent resurgence of the early bird special crowd, maybe Bobby is just about to enter his prime. He'll certainly need to do his best work to make it a not-so-unlucky 13th straight title.
The Braves on the brink of elimination have not done well in elimination games. They've lost the last 5. They've lost 7 in the final 9, going back to the 96 World Series, and they face it once again today. Russ Ortiz, a huge start for him on short rest. Clement actually doesn't have a whole lot of pressure because they're up 2 games to 1, although they don't want to go back to Atlanta. He wants to finish it off today, and he pitches well in Wrigley Field, Jeannie.
All season long, Fox Sports and Sprint have been interactive. During today's game, you will get the chance to make your voice heard with Sprint Virtual Manager. Use your PCS Vision phone from Sprint or log on to foxsports.com to vote. What is more scary? The Giants being in Game 5 or advancing
About the Florida Marlins right here,
into
Jeannie.
the offseason? Oh, my gosh.
They went ahead. Safe. He would have been out. Looked like Pudge Rodriguez right there. 2 runs. A 2-run lead right now. How about the New York Yankees? Mario Rivera gets it done again. Joe Torre is managing with a sense of urgency that he didn't do last year, and they go up in this series 2-1.
Huge win at the Dome. Very loud Dome.
Absolutely.
And on the subject of loud and scary, I want to know what is more scary. Would that be a goat or a goatee?
It's this right here. Come on. It's the goatee of Matt Clement. That would scare anybody. Maybe that's helped him pitch well in Wrigley Field. I don't know.
You think so?
Yeah.
We'll find out.
Maybe he'll go to press.
Yeah. Still ahead, a tavern owner, a goat, and the Cubs' refusal to allow the pair into the World Series. Come on now. How could one mammal cause all this destruction?
Well, you know, he could. Curse of the Bambino, curse of the goat.
Looks harmless.
Looks true.
Married the goat before, so she wasn't a Cubs fan. The curse been broken ever since.
The curse of the goat was that
the Billy Goat Tavern, when they brought the goat over, they would not allow them into Wrigley Field. So he put a curse on them and said they would never go to the World Series or win a championship.
2 years shy of 60 curse. For all this time, the Cubs were worse. Armed with goat and mystic verse, we hereby reverse the curse.
Tomorrow on America's #1 pregame show. In a week filled with controversy, Donovan McNabb discusses how he's gotten back on track.
Forget about it, just move on.
And Mike Holmgren talks about his return to Green Bay. Fox NFL Sunday tomorrow.
Rock and roll legend Roger Daltrey on the History Channel.
I never knew history could be this hard.
The History Channel presents Extreme History, hosted by Roger Daltrey. Come along with Roger as he relives some of history's epic adventures under the most primitive conditions.
Have you ever eaten beaver?
Extreme History, hosted by Roger Daltrey.
Watch the bloody show.
On the History Channel. Check your local listings.
Where the friggin' past comes alive.
In Roger's case, a little too alive.
But I have this feeling.
Really?
I love sports. You love sports.
I do.
You love basketball, hockey, baseball, football, golf.
No, I don't.
But you have Comcast digital cable. You have access to more sports than I could only dream of.
Oh, well, I just got it for all the movie channels. I never, ever watch sports. It's on sale now, so you can get it, too.
I'll call you.
Comcast digital cable. Just $44.99 per month for 12 months.
Starting with me, everything in this place is mean and miserable.
Is that a tear in your eye, Private? Do you want your mommy? Are you going to cry?
I'll kick the tradition and chivalry out of you.
I suggest you shut your mouth.
I can't hear you.
Nothing is over until we decide it is.
Just one more thing. Don't ever make me mad.
Sweet dreams, ladies. Straight left, right left. Ha!
Catch the postgame show live from Wrigley immediately following the game on Fox Chicago.
I just want to run away. I do. I'd go anywhere with you.
His father is the district attorney.
He wants to ruin our family. He wants to destroy my business.
Can you imagine what will happen if the press gets a hold of this? They would ruin me. They would ruin you.
Why does it matter who our parents are?
You tell your son to keep his filthy hands off my daughter.
Every politician needs a target.
You cannot see this girl again ever.
The rich man's dead.
What have I done?
I love you.
I love you too.
Skinned,
A new series premieres Monday, October 20th on Fox.
Come on, Cub fans, stand up and cheer. This is the season, it could be true. When the Cubs win the pennant, we'll all lose the blues. When the Cubs win the pennant, yeah, when the Cubs win the pennant, Chicago's gonna lose the blues. Well, you have to go back to 1945. Most of you Cub fans weren't even alive. How much longer do we have to wait? Well, this is the year we get to celebrate when the Cubs win the pennant. Yeah, when the Cubs win the pennant. When the Cubs...
Yes, October optimism. It's contagious. There is something infectious there, Kevin. There is, isn't it?
I think so.
Yeah, the ivy isn't the only thing crawling the walls at Wrigley. Even the ghosts of postseasons past have returned to the scene of the crime, ready to witness history become just that, history. It's the hottest ticket in the Windy City since a guy named Jordan ruled the roost. And it's about time, love them or hate them, these fans define the word. Chris Myers has more.
All right, thanks, Ginny. We're at Murphy's just outside Wrigley. It's the place to be, and the atmosphere, it's like a theme park on a holiday weekend. Everybody's up, they're smiling. But Cub fans, you know, instead of seize the day, their motto has been, let's just enjoy the moment. Let's talk to this Cub fan, Dave Sifchak, longtime Chicagoan. How would you describe all this?
Oh, this is pandemonium. This would be great if it happens, but let's slow down a little guarded optimism, one pitch at a time, one inning at a time. We'll get there.
It'll be big?
It'll be big. Bigger than the Bulls, bigger than the Bears.
All right, have another tomato juice. Cub fans watching from all over. Bill Murray, actor, comedian, and diehard Cub fan, hired a technician in a van with a satellite dish. He's on the coast of Italy filming a movie, but he doesn't want to miss a pitch of his beloved Cubs. All right, let's now go up on a rooftop.
All right, Chris, well, if you can't get a ticket inside the friendly confines, you can always get one of the hottest tickets in town. Only in Chicago are the rooftop seats across the street from Wrigley. How we doing? Tickets today going for 3 times what they normally are up here on the rooftop. And I have to ask you, what is this?
This is my Braves chopper. This is payback for their silly choppers.
All right, that's it for the rooftop. Let's go back down to the street below us. Just beyond the left field wall, the street is alive. This is world-famous Waveland Avenue. This is where the ball hawks come to grab those home run balls flying over the wall. Right here is world-famous Mo Mullins. You've been doing this 45 years?
Yeah, believe it or not.
How many balls total you caught?
4,226.
Wow. You feel lucky today?
It's been better. You know, we got a basically no win, and I don't know why. You'd think the adrenaline would be flowing and these guys would be hitting some out, but there's been 3 out today, and I haven't been near any of them.
All right, give them time. Thanks, Mo. Mo Mullins, world-famous ball hawk. Let's see what's going on beyond the wall in the bleachers.
All right, Corey, thank you very much. I am out in the bleachers here at Wrigley. It's the only place to watch a game at Wrigley Field. And I'm sitting with a longtime Cub fan, John Cusack, who happens to be the star of a movie coming out, Runaway Jury. It opens up October 17th. Go watch it. But you've been a Cub fan your whole life. Maybe not as long as some of these people out here, but speak for all the Cub fans when you talk to me about what it means to sit here at this game today.
Well, I've been a Cub fan for 37 years, and when I grew up in Evanston, I used to take the train to Howard, switch to the B train, come out here, and I had about $3, and I'd get my bleacher seat, and then I'd spend all my money, and I'd have to hop the train going back. So I've been coming here. I used to do it 30 times this summer.
Is it all over today?
It's got to be all over today. Clement is nasty. Clement is nasty, and the Cubs are going to hit.
This is the only Cub fan who ever wore a White Sox uniform professionally. He was Buck Weaver and 8 men out. D.B. Sweeney over here was shoeless Joe Jackson. Let's send it back to you guys in the studio.
Go Cubs!
All right, Psycho, thank you. Wow, it's not over in Florida.
They're battling back off of Urbina. J.C. Snow, a base hit to drive in a run. They're coming back. Final hour for the Giants. It's been a great series.
All right, let's get you back to Wrigley. And it's going to be cold, so I guess it pays to have facial hair, would you say?
Steve Lyons up there in the stands?
Yeah, as you said, they wouldn't let a goat in, but they let Psycho in?
This
what?
goatee is scary, though. This is the one right here that's got the bad goatee. But he's got a good slider right there, and that's what you're going to see today, especially the right-handed hitters of the Atlanta Braves. Matt Clement, as I mentioned, pitched extremely well in Wrigley Field. Since July the 1st, opponents only hit 198 off of Matt Clement. That's the best in the National League.
All right, Atlanta led the National League at every major hitting category this season. What happened?
Good pitching stops, good hitting. Pryor and Kerry Wood were dominant. Breaking balls right there. Jones, Lopez, Andrew Jones last night on a breaking ball. Gary Sheffield, unfortunately, hurt out of the lineup. 1 for 10 in this series, has not hit in the postseason the last 2 years, but I don't care. Nonetheless, you're going to miss the presence of Gary Sheffield in that lineup, and it's big for Russ Ortiz on short rest. He's got to come up big. But the Braves have to hit, Jeannie. They haven't hit.
But let me ask you about Ortiz, though, because Dusty Baker's saying, I don't like to give guys short days rest in the postseason, but Atlanta's going with it.
I think you have to be proactive. I like the move. I don't think you pitch a rookie in Game 4 in Wrigley Field, Horatio Ramirez. I think you got to go with Russ Ortiz and take your chances, and hopefully the bats will come through for the Braves. But so far, once again, the postseason, they failed.
All right. Can you sum up in a few moments what a victory today for the Cubs will actually mean? And will Chicago need a new facility because Wrigley will just come down?
I think so. I hope they keep it up because it's a great ballpark. Just like Fenway in Boston, it's the same thing. These two teams have not won in so many years. Wrigley, last time they went to the Cubs, last time 1945 since they've been to the World Series. And that's an awful long time. Last time they won, like 1908, something like that. Help me out there. But it's unbelievable. The place will go crazy, no question about it. Matt Clement doesn't have as much pressure because if he loses, they still got Kerry Wood. But you like to finish it up today. All the fans there, you got the energy, the emotion. You saw him win a doubleheader last weekend when they needed to. They're up for it today, and Clement, I think, is going to pitch well.
Quick in memoriam, maybe, to the Braves. Hard to believe all the success they've had, and we sit here now saying, well, they may be off packing again.
I was concerned about this series for the Braves because of Pryor and Wood. They are dominant. They reminded me of Kurt Schilling and Randy Johnson a couple of years ago. That's the tandem they have. And then they got Zambrano. Clement, a number 4 starter, would be a 1 or 2 on a lot of different ball clubs in the major leagues. So good pitching will always stop good hitting, and we've seen it once again so far this postseason.
All right, we just want to make one thing clear. No curses here because we have let the GOAT in. Ellie Mae, you can stay all day.
She's here.
Absolutely. We need to get you out to the ball game that you've been waiting for. Now, forget the GOAT. The Braves demons are much more potent, which is more than they can say for their once power-packed offense. Will they live to see another game or blow away with the wins at Wrigley? It's next on Fox.
When there's no one complaining, every day like this, everything falls into place like the flick of a switch. Well, my mama told me there'll be days like this. And no one steps on my dreams. There'll be days like this. When you ring out the changes of how everything is. Well, my mama told me there'll be days like this. Hey, program!
On this ship, something terrible is about to happen. The Bluth family will become poor.
This police boats? Securities and Exchange Commission.
They have boats?
The SEC is making him out to be some kind of mastermind, which, believe me, he's not. The man can barely work our shredder.
From Ron Howard comes the story of a family that lost everything.
I wonder how I can talk you out of ever making that face again.
And the one son sane enough to pull him through.
We're back on track, and we're focused, and Buster. You can't do that in the snack room, pal.
Mom told me to stay away from microwaves.
Arrested Development.
You love it here?
I'm having the time of my life.
Hey, T-Bone.
Premieres Sunday, November 2nd on Fox.
This October, a sexy American cowboy with a fake American fortune is going to take the women of Europe for a little ride.
He's estimated to be worth about $80 million.
Would Fox lie to a group of innocent foreign women who've never heard of Joe Millionaire? Oh, wee.
Now to the best part, he's rich.
The next Joe Millionaire, an international affair, premiering Monday, October 20th on Fox.
It's the home of beer, football, dairy, and now, Wednesday night comedy. This fall, Wisconsin is where the laughs live.
You're allergic to eggs.
Hey, pretty lady. Like what you see?
That 70 Show, followed by Norm Macdonald in the premiere of the new series, A Minute with Stan Hooper.
Look, honey, it's your head made out of cheese.
Oh, my Lord.
Wednesday nights, come for the laughs, stay for the cheese.
Join me? Don't smoke, sir.
Oh, it's string cheese.
I can't eat this. I'm lactose intolerant.
What's the worst that could happen?
Cardiac arrest. I could die, sir.
Come on, one little piece.
A Minute with Stan Hooper, after that 70 Show, beginning Wednesday, October 29th on Fox.
This may be the waning moments of the Giants' reign as the National League champions. 2 outs in Florida, top 9, and the Marlins have the lead. Ray Durham with the bat. We will keep you posted. In the meantime, I'm Jeannie Velasco back at the Fox Network Center, and Atlanta's facing the cold reality of Chicago. And I'm not talking about the weather. Win or it is over. It's a decisive Game 4 with a trip to the NL Championships on the line right now on Fox.
It's a gorgeous fall Saturday in the Windy City, Chicago, and we welcome you to raucous Wrigley Field, where the crowd is looking for the Cubs' first postseason series win since they won the World Series in 1908. We welcome you to the National League Division Series Game 4, where the Atlanta Braves on the short end so far in this set, 2-1 to the Chicago Cubs. And a pleasant good afternoon to you. Alongside Steve Lyons, I'm Tom Brenneman. Welcome, as always, to Playoff Baseball on Fox. Getting the ball for the Chicago Cubs today, Matt Clement. He was a man a week ago today that pitched the game to clinch a National League Central Division title.
Clement with 14 victories. You got to remember, he's the number 4 starter, and I'm a little bit surprised that Dusty Baker didn't come back with Kerry Wood to kind of go for the jugular against the Braves and get them out of this series. The last thing you want to do as a manager is send your team onto the field with even the slightest bit of attitude saying, we don't really have to win today. We can come back in Game 5 with Wood on the mound. But Dusty made a great point. He said, I have never brought a guy back on 3 days rest. Wood threw 124 pitches in Game 1. His career is worth more than a start on 3 days rest.
Bobby Cox, meanwhile, during this marvelous Atlanta run, has brought a starter back on 3 days rest 18 times. The Braves' record in those games, 6-12. And yet Bobby is doing it again today on 3 days rest with Russ Ortiz.
Bobby has no choice. He's got to come back with his best pitcher. That is Ortiz right now with 21 victories on the season. He only threw 5 2/3 last game, just over 100 pitches. He's the horse of the staff. So if anyone can do it, although he's only done it once in his career, he's the guy you got to go with.
One footnote, Gary Sheffield left the game last night. X-rays negative on his hand, but he is not in the lineup, nor is he available to play today. So says Bobby Cox. October, Chicago, Sammy and the Cubs against Atlanta coming up.
Gina, check this out. I'm sitting next to your new boyfriend. Don't you just love your new boyfriend?
I do love him.
As long as you're happy.
Picture mail that talks from Sprint. At Sprint stores, choose from a wide selection of picture phones starting at $99.99. Share it when it happens.
Let's say this is your car. Nice hardtop. If you drive safely, meaning you do stuff like obey the speed limit, always check your blind spot, and avoid accidents, hey, watch it, lead foot, then Allstate could reward you with something you'll eat right up. Some green. Up to 20% off your insurance bill. It's the Allstate Safe Driver Discount. Call today and find out how you're in good hands with Allstate. Hey, this is for the safe driver. Here you go.
It's not just the advanced technology, the 57 patents, or the world's best blades. It's the way it's all put together. No razor shaves better than Gillette Mach 3 Turbo. The proof is in the shave. We guarantee it or your money back. Mach 3 Turbo is the world's best shave. The closest, the most comfortable. It's a fact. We guarantee it. Mach 3 Turbo from Gillette. The best a man can get.
Heartburn?
Yeah. I tried Pepsid AC, but it takes like 40 minutes to start working.
Tom starts neutralizing acid fast.
I'm taking Prilosec OTC.
Read the label. That can take 1 to 4 days to fully kick in.
Delayed release tablet.
Delayed release. Should say delayed relief. Take Tums. Nothing's faster.
It's got the calcium I need.
What more do you want?
I want Tums. Always fast, always calcium, Tums.
The Division Series on Fox, brought to you by Sprint, proudly offering picture mail and PCS Vision picture phones. By Allstate, you're in good hands with Allstate. By Tums, Tums knocks out heartburn fast and gives you the calcium your body needs. And by Gillette Mach 3 Turbo for the closest shave with less irritation, even against the grain. Well, they had a lengthy rain delay before they got started here last night, but most of those clouds and the wet stuff is blown out of here. and it is a gorgeous late Saturday afternoon here at Wrigley Field in Chicago. And before we get this one underway, news from the other National League Division Series. Let's go to Jeannie Zalasko in Los Angeles.
That's right. We're going right to Florida. Jeffrey Hammonds with the shot to left. And apparently J.T. Snow not prepared for this one. Gets a bad jump. Jeff Conine with the throw. And it's a snowball fight in Florida because Pudge Rodriguez is not going to let go of the game ball that sends the Marlins into the National League Championship Series. The Giants' reign of their championship is over. 7-6 the final. The shocker in South Florida. But the Marlins are moving on.
Congratulations to the Florida Marlins, and Sammy Sosa and the Cubs take the field at Wrigley Field. Bobby Cox and the Atlanta Braves 5 consecutive times have faced an elimination game, and all 5 they have lost. They're trying to turn that around today. Here's Bobby Cox starting lineup. Minus Gary Sheffield. Rafael for a call at shortstop. Marcus Giles at second with Chipper Jones in left. Javi Lopez catching. Andrew Jones in center. Julio Franco is at first. Vinny Castilla third base. Darren Brandt for Sheffield in right. And Russ Ortiz on the mound. The Braves have hit 191 so far in this series. And on the mound trying to keep that pitching streak alive during this series is right-hander Matt Clement. Had a solid regular season.
You see his numbers on the regular season. This is a guy who can be absolutely dominating with a hard-sinking fastball and a slider for his out pitch. He will cut his fastball in on left-handed hitters occasionally. But look at these numbers. In July, since July 1st, in Wrigley Field, Clement is 8-1 in his 10 starts with an opponent's batting average of 181. He has been outstanding in this ballpark.
Let's take a look at the Chicago defense behind Matt Clement. They'll go with Moises Alou, Kenny Lofton, and Sammy Sosa in the outfield. Aramis Ramirez, Alex Gonzalez, Mark Resalanek, and Eric Karros third to first. And again, Paul Bacco behind the plate rather than Damian Miller.
Dusty Baker has juggled his lineup a little bit with Miller and Bacco back there. Bacco played a lot more down the stretch than he had earlier in the season. He told me he had a miserable first half and felt very, very good in the second half.
Game 1 of this series, the Cubs behind Kerry Wood on the mound and at the plate beat Atlanta 4-2. In Game 2, the Braves even things up with a 5-3 win. And then here last night, the amazing Mark Pryor hurled the Cubs' first complete game in the postseason. Claude Passeau did so in Game 3 of the 1945 World Series in a 3-1 win. Atlanta held to 2 base hits in a game.
The pitching for the Cubs has been absolutely dominating, and we're talking about dominating a lineup that was the best in the National League this season.
Gorgeous day, 56 degrees, and the winds out of the northwest at 10 miles per hour, which means the wind right now is lightly blowing out towards right center field. Shadows a factor early on here with a batter engulfed in them and a pitcher in the bright sunshine. For a call to lead it off. Shows bunt, takes strike 1, and we are underway.
Key to Matt Clement's success today is being able to keep his stuff in the strike zone. He's unhittable, but sometimes he has too much movement and he cannot keep it in the zone.
For a call during the regular year, hit .292, had 15 home runs, 61 runs batted in. And he takes on the outside edge, strike 2.
This is what we're talking about, Tommy, with the movement. This pitch starts out almost down the middle. It's going to run to the outer half of the plate. Look at Paul Bacco, just frames that pitch. That is filthy, out on the knees. That's not a pitch that's easy to hit, so you might as well take it and hope they call it a ball.
Clement, 29 years old, a native of Butler, Pennsylvania. We mentioned a 14-12 record during the regular season. When he has his good control, he's very hard to hit as Marcus Giles fouls it away for strike one. In fact, during the season, opponents only hit .227 against Clement, the 6th lowest in the National League, and you see the second half even lower than that. Giles 3 of 6 in the series, missed game 2 with that bruised thigh after the collision with Eric Karros on a play at first base. He has the only home run in this series by either team.
When you look up and down this lineup against the Cubs, he's been the most productive hitter. Chipper and Andrew Jones between them have 1 hit.
That one popped up into foul ground. Karros over, and it's out of play. 1-2 on Giles. The Braves 1-2-3 hitters during the regular year led the major leagues in batting average at .311. Their top 3 hitters in this series are batting .219. Pitch down and in to even up the count on Marcus Giles.
Marcus Giles told me before the game, he said everybody's talking about the fact that the Cubs pitchers have been dominating, and he was like, of course they're dominating. We knew that, but we have to be better, and we have not done that.
It's been an amazing turnaround for these Chicago Cubs. They lost 95 games a season ago. A chance to advance on to the National League Championship Series with a win today, and Giles fouls it away to keep the count at 2-2. Of course, Dusty Baker rode into town after leaving San Francisco. He led the Giants to within 6 outs of winning the World Series last year before blowing that Game 6 against Anaheim, and then the Angels took care of Dusty and the Giants in Game 7. On the ground to Gonzalez. 2 away. For anyone who's never been to Wrigley Field or spent any time at all in Chicago, it's almost impossible to put into words what the scene and what the city and what the entire region is like for the Cubs to be in this position. When you consider their last postseason series win was 95 years ago. There are very few who were around then that are around to talk about it now. Generation after generation of Chicago Cub fans have been living and breathing and oftentimes, unfortunately, dying to have their team in this situation.
And you cannot name another city or sports franchise that has been supported as well as the Cubs have and not won. They come back year after year after year hoping for the best. And it's been a long time since they've seen it.
And of course, back in 1908, those 95 years ago, the president of this great country of ours, none other than Teddy Roosevelt. 7 U.S. presidents have served in that job since 1908. 17 of them. High fly ball into short center field. Lofton is there. And a 1-2-3 opening inning for Matt Clement. Ortiz gets the ball against Sosa and the Cubs. Bottom of the first inning when we return.
What you doing, Brian?
Oh, I'm just putting my name and address in these bottles and sending them out to sea. Hopefully someone will find them and contact me someday.
Wow.
Yeah, wow.
Why do you torture me, Brian Henderson of 12 Maple Lane?
For the great taste that won't fill you up and never lets you down, make it a Bud Light.
Brian. Oh, nice to meet you.
program in the first, $4.
Summer wind.
Snacks in the fourth, $25.
From across the sea.
A soda at the end of the seventh, $3.
It lingered there.
Friday night, no TV, DVDs, or video games.
And walk with
Priceless. There are some things money can't buy. For everything else, there's MasterCard, devoted fan of Major League Baseball.
I was working in the garage and I smelled smoke. I quickly determined it was a grease fire. I knew grease fires were different from other type blazes, but I wasn't sure the best way how to handle such a conflagration. So I asked myself, what would Jared do?
I'd get a Veggie Delight on wheat, or maybe with the honey oat bread. Sorry, what was your question again?
The Veggie Delight from Subway. Eat fresh.
Cubs come to bat, bottom half of the first inning. Dusty Baker's starting lineup reads as follows. Kenny Lofton will lead off and play center field. Mark Breslonic at second base with Sammy Sosa batting third and right. Moises Alou in left field. Aramis Ramirez at third. Eric Karros again at first with a ladder third of Alex Gonzalez. Paul Bacco and Matt Clement and Kenny Lofton up to his old tricks again in this series. Boy, for those that wonder whether he could still play, he has more than answered those questions this season and this postseason. And on the mound, the game one loser, right-hander Russ Ortiz.
21-7 during the regular season, making his bid for the Cy Young Award. It's a guy coming back on 3 days rest for just the second time in his career. In April of this season, he did it on 3 days rest and threw 8 innings and won the ball game.
Slow roll to short for a call, gobbles it up. 1 pitch, 1 out.
That's exactly what Ortiz is hoping for in today's ball game. Quick outs. He stays mostly away. We know that. He will throw that cutter up in the strike zone to get outs. But pitching on 3 days rest just one time in his career, you have to worry about whether his fastball, his normal velocity is 92, 93, whether that drops down into the 89, 90 area, and what kind of break he has on that curveball.
Now Breslonic. 1 of 12 so far in the series. And he takes high for ball 1. Mark had a broken hand during the regular season, missed over a month, but wound up having a good, solid year. His first in Chicago, a .314 batter. 2-0.
Little squibber pop fly that he had to dive for coming in yesterday for an out. Kind of banged himself up on that one, but he's back in the lineup today.
3-0. Ortiz has never had much success here at Wrigley Field. In fact, today is the first time he has pitched here since July of 2000. But in 4 career games, a 1-2 record with an ERA of almost 9.5. Three and 1 on Breslonic. One out, nobody on. 3-1 pitch is fouled out of play, full count.
Now here's that little pop-up from last night's ball game. And Furcal just pops it up. Breslonic knows that if the ball hits the ground, Furcal will be safe, but he kind of stretched his shoulder out there. You see him laying down on the ground in a little bit of pain, but he's right back in there today.
3-2 pitch, and it's ball 4. A 1-out walk to Breslonic, and here comes Sosa.
That is a huge at-bat and a good way to show your rest of your teammates how to be patient against a guy who is coming back on 3 days rest. He might not be able to keep his balls in the strike zone. Once you get tired, your pitches tend to go up in the strike zone. You may be able to get better pitches to hit when the guy's losing his stuff.
Sammy, 3 of 9 so far in the series, knocked in his first postseason run in Game 2, that loss by the Cubs to the Braves. High ball 1. Well, in the postseason, donde está Sosa? Where is Sosa? 1 career RBI in 6 postseason games so far without a home run.
Has played well in this series. No home runs. Only 1 home run in the entire series, and it came from the smallest guy on the field. Marcus Giles.
Sosa, 34 years young, a native of the Dominican Republic, originally signed by Texas, was traded to the White Sox for Harold Baines in '89, came to the Cubs in '92 for George Bell. And what a trade that was in the history not only of the Cubs, but in the history of baseball. Sosa 10th all-time on the home run list with 539 career home runs. And you see 510 of those wearing a Cub uniform. Two and one.
And of course, Tommy, it makes the Southsiders grimace a little bit when they think of what may have been with Sammy Sosa coming into his own. Of course, was traded from the White Sox to the Cubs. That hurts a little bit.
Grzelcyk 6 stolen bases during the regular season in 8 attempts, and a 2-1 to Sosa. Line into deep center field. Andrew Jones will run it down shy of the track. And Grzelcyk retreats back to first, 2 away in the inning.
Grzelcyk did a nice job of actually getting all the way to second base and even past second base before he retreated back to first. That way, if that ball gets by anybody out there, he could score on that play. And you see Grzelcyk, now he's coming back, and this throw comes all the way in from center field. He takes a peek back over his left shoulder to make sure that he can beat the ball back in. Andrew Jones firing it all the way in from deep left center field.
Moises Alou, 5 hits and 12 at-bats in the series with an RBI. 1 on, 2 out, grounded. Through into short left field for Paul, able to cut it off, and an infield hit for Alou. 2 on with 2 out, and Aramis Ramirez coming up.
Moises Alou just going to reach out and pull the ball away from him into the 6th hole. You see Castilla can't quite get to it, just tips it. Furcal does a smart thing by eating that ball. Stick it in your back pocket. You're not going to be able to throw anybody out. He made a quick look at second base to see if he could get Grzelcyk at second. Could not do that and held on to it.
Now Aramis Ramirez. 4 hits and 10 at-bats in a series with a double and a run batted in. He looks at ball 1 high. Ramirez, one of 3 Pittsburgh Pirates to come over during this season. Ramirez came in the deal that brought Kenny Lofton. Randall Simon came later. Ramirez and Lofton arrived on July the 22nd, and the Cubs took off. They went 38 and 25 after the trade. A Pirates treasure for the Cubs indeed.
All those guys have played well, and if you throw Grzelcyk and Karros into the mix that were off-season acquisitions, you're talking about a lot of guys producing for this club who weren't around last season.
Two on, 2 out, 2 balls, no strikes on Ramirez. And he takes a 2-0 fastball right down the gut.
He was looking for something else there, maybe looking for a breaking ball. Ramirez really heated up down the stretch when this club needed him the most. He had 15 home runs and 39 RBIs as a Cub. Dusty loves him.
Blowing away, another good hitter's count to a good hitter. Ramirez during the regular season hit 27 home runs, knocked in 106, and we mentioned he has swung the bat very well in this series.
Out on Waveland Avenue, even the Cub fans that can't get in the game are watching the game.
3-1 pitch. And Tardy on the fastball. Ramirez pops it up into foul ground and again out of play. So now 3-2 to Aramis Ramirez, and the runners will get started at first and second with 2 away in the opening inning.
You know, Tom, Dusty Baker has always been known as a player's manager, a guy that the players absolutely have 100% respect for, but a guy who likes veteran players that know how to play the game. But he's also very sympathetic to young players and is willing to give them a chance to make their way in the big leagues. Corey Patterson, an excellent example, and this guy, Ramirez, just 25 years old.
Popped up. Perhaps playable in foul ground. Julio Franco in front of his own bench, and that'll end the inning. 1 hit, 2 men left. The Cubs missed the early scoring chance. They got 2 in the opening inning last night, none today.
I break for yard sales.
I break for animals.
I break for donuts.
Chocolate. My grandkids.
Boys.
I break for little old ladies.
Bingo.
Leprechauns.
UFOs.
I break for free oil changes.
Visit your local Midas mechanic now and get a free oil change with any Midas brake job, including installation of our lifetime guaranteed brake pads or shoes. That's free oil and filter with any new brakes.
I break for no apparent reason.
You know, some interesting facts about Delaware, guys. It was the first state to ratify the Constitution. Thank you, forefathers. Man, am I glad we wrote that thing up. Each article, I mean, we'll cover all the articles, but North Carolina. Horse population of 220,000. A lot of hooves, too, almost 1 million. A lot of hay. What is hay, exactly? Is it wheat? You know, I dated a girl named Georgia. Had to break
For
it
when off, you though. need it most, our longest-lasting Energizer Max ever.
Yeah, after that, I told myself,
Do you have the bunny
I am
inside?
not dating girls named after states.
Now this is big.
Now's the best time to buy wireless phones and accessories during the big sale at Radio Shack.
It's so big, it's
It's the LG VX6000 camera phone. Take, send, and personalize pictures. Just $149.99 after a $50 Radio Shack mail-in rebate.
It doesn't get any bigger than this.
The big sale. Now at Radio Shack. You've got questions, we've got answers.
I got a question for the folks at Radio Shack. Who's in charge of spelling around here?
It's not just the advanced technology or the world's best blades. It's the way it's all put together. No razor shaves better than Mach 3 Turbo. It's the world's best shave. We guarantee it or your money back. Mach 3 Turbo from Gillette.
It's a feeling of clean like nothing else. New Extreme Clean from Aquafresh showers your whole mouth. Microactive foam seeks out bad breath germs and leaves a cool tingling that just won't quit. New Extreme Clean from Aquafresh.
This ball is on a body that's been infected. Terror is contagious.
I don't negotiate with terrorists, son of a bitch. Open the door!
24's most intense season yet premieres October 28th. Presented without commercial interruption by the next Ford F-150.
I was running in the street in San Pedro, and now I'm wake up in the major leagues. I play hard every day because this is the way that we play in my country. I never would dream that I would be playing at major league level. Playing Wrigley Field is like, wow, it's like another dream come true. I lived for this.
Top half of the second inning, Javier Lopez a swing and a miss, strike one. No score. Top half of the second. Lopez, Andrew Jones, and Julio Franco coming up against Matt Clement. Lopez, 43 home runs during the regular season, 109 runs batted in. Of course, the 43 home runs set a major league record for homers by a catcher in a season. 42 of the 43 came as a catcher, 1 as a pinch hitter. And that one lined into right center field, a base hit for Javier Lopez. A leadoff single.
This is one of the reasons why he's been so good this year, taking that ball in the inner half, inside outing that, up the middle and the other way. That's what Terry Pendleton has been preaching for the last 2 seasons as hitting coach. He has enough power to go out of this ballpark in any part of the stadium. Keeping the hands inside, dragging the bat head through the zone, and hitting the ball back up the middle. Gary Sheffield on the bench with a bruised hand.
Bobby Cox said he thought Sheffield might be available should there be a Game 5 tomorrow night at Turner Field in Atlanta, but more than likely unavailable even as a pinch hitter today.
Yeah, I don't think he's available at all. I think he wants to keep the threat of Sheffield on the bench, and you look at what these guys have done. Goodness. They have done nothing in this series, however. Good pitching always beats good hitting. Round one of the call, didn't get the pitch on the inside corner.
2-0 to Andrew Jones. 1 of 9 in the series with a run batted in. Sheffield and Chipper leaning hard to try and get this game 4-win and send it back to Turner Field tomorrow night. 2-0 breaking ball, and Andrew swung and missed. Here's a pitch that hit Sheffield last night.
That ball really ran up and in on Shep. Shep usually gets his hands out of the way. You can see, and Dusty Baker said, as soon as I saw it hit him, I knew he was hurt badly. He said, look, I want to win. He said, I don't want to win that way. I want to beat these guys at their best, and it's just sad to see Sheffield out of this ballgame. And that's Dusty Baker talking.
Well, maybe it's one of those postseasons, because when a fan makes a play that a fan just made in the upper deck here, you might be thinking that all is right in Chicago. That guy leaned over the rail, glove in hand, and just snatched it.
Don't catch many of those balls unless you bring your glove to the ballpark with you, I'll tell you that. I love it when I see people coming to the park with their gloves. Not only the kids, fathers, grandfathers dragging their old mitts to the yard.
One on, nobody out. 2-2 on Andrew Jones. Ball 3.
I think a lot of people this season made a lot of the fact that Javi Lopez lost 35 pounds before the start of the season. He was never a fat guy. He was just bulked up too much. You see him much thinner than we've seen him in the past. 35 pounds, that's like throwing a 5-year-old off your back, you know? I mean, that's a lot of weight to lose.
Runner not going, and again fouled out of play. Earlier, they're out on Waveland Avenue. They're out on Sheffield Avenue over the right field wall. And every seat filled at beautiful Wrigley Field on this October Saturday for Game 4. 3-2. Struck him out. It's time for our Sprint Virtual Manager question. Who has the best pitching staff? The Cubs, the Braves, the Athletics, or the New York Yankees? To answer the question, use your PCS Vision phone from Sprint or log on to foxsports.com. Keyword MLB on Fox. All right, Steve, we have our Sprint phones. You better dial it up.
That's just a tough question right there. But, you know, I wish I could just shorten it down to each league. I might be better at picking one for each league. I'm going to dial in and vote anyway.
Now, are you taking pictures with this thing so you can bring them back to the family and friends and say, hey, I was at Wrigley Field? I mean, with these phones, you can all of a sudden just snap off a quick shot of this beautiful view we have from up here.
It is good.
It gets a lot
all of a sudden
worse.
It didn't get so good right there. It's beautiful. I mean, you come to this ballpark anytime, but especially when the sun's out a little crispness in the air, which is nice. It's fall baseball. Doesn't get a whole lot better.
2 call to Julio Franco. 0 for 2 so far in the series. Franco getting a start in place of Robert Fick today.
I think Clement would be best off pounding Franco inside with fastball. Franco loves to hit the ball the other way, and the slider is the pitch that he can do it the easiest with.
No sooner do you say that, the slider away, and he slaps it into right field, a base hit. It's exactly what you just talked about.
It's very difficult for a guy that likes to go the other way to get in on a sinker down and in, but you slide the ball away from him. It's almost coming into his wheelhouse. This guy's 45 years old, can still flat out hit. You see the spin of the slider going away from Franco, and he just drills it the other way.
So Franco with a base hit. That's one more hit than Robert Fick has in 10 at-bats during this series. And that's a man he's playing in place of here today. Now Vinny Castilla. A .277 during the regular season batting average, 22 home runs. Ball 1 away. Castilla 2 of 9 so far in this division series.
Castilla, the exact opposite. He has trouble with balls down and away. The slider's a good pitch to get him out, but you do have to bust him in hard off of the plate to get him to wave at that pitch.
1-1. Castilla has always swung the bat well in his career against the Cubs. Here you see the career numbers. And very good against Matt Clement, a .353 career batting average. Popped up down the right field line. This could be a tough play. Sosa coming on hard, and he's got it in foul ground.
Boy, that looked like there was a really good amount of communication going out there. You saw Carroll's going after it. You see Grudzielanek. He has a great angle right there as far as the infielders, and then they both peel out of there. Sammy obviously yelling and screaming, I got it, get out of my way.
Two on, two out, and the number 8 hitter, Darren Bragg, playing in place of the injured Gary Sheffield. Bragg without an at-bat in this series. Hit .241 during the regular year in 104 games, without a home run and 9 runs batted in. Lopez and Franco aboard. Pull to the right side, knocked down by Carroll. Plenty of time, and he wins a race to the bag to win the inning. So Atlanta with a scoring chance in the second cannot cash in. After an inning and a half in Game 4, we are scoreless.
Wireless troubles?
My phone works here, not there. Same with voicemail, email.
Sprint is different. All your services work the same wherever you go, on the most complete, all-digital, advanced wireless network in the nation. And all the calls are clear.
So everything works.
And this will never happen again.
PCS from Sprint. Try the nation's most complete wireless network.
Before you take Prilosec OTC for heartburn, there's something you should know. You have to keep taking it for 14 days, heartburn or not. I'd rather take one Pepcid, just when I need it. Pepcid Complete starts controlling acid in seconds. Or there's new maximum strength Pepcid AC. It has double the strength of original Pepcid AC. Both last all day or all night. One. Now, that's a number I can live with. Pepcid, just one, and heartburn's done.
Okay, so we've picked out the TV, the surround sound, and you already have the DVD player. Right. Okay, so my home theater question to you is this. Do you have a movie where stuff blows up?
It's all here. Circuit City has all your favorite DVDs, all at great low prices. And we're the first place to go for new releases every Tuesday. Stop by Circuit City today and pick up Too Fast, Too Furious on DVD for just $15.99. Circuit City, we're with you.
We got a situation. What's your 20? I'm there.
Do you have the right truck? Does your truck have a big block Vortec V8 and an Allison transmission? Does it have the most torque of any gas-powered heavy-duty pickup? Silverado. It's the right truck from Chevy. The most dependable, longest-lasting trucks on the road.
Series on Fox brought to you by Chevy Silverado. It's a right truck. By Circuit City, we're with you. By Pepcid Complete, just one, and heartburn's done. And by WebMD, redefining modern medicine. Bottom of the second inning at Wrigley Field in Chicago. No score. Game 4 of this National League Division Series, and Matt Clement may have re-aggravated that groin injury that has bothered him during the majority of this season.
He had to rush over there and cover first base on that play to end the inning. And it looked like when he slowed down, it bit him a little bit. We'll show it to you after this pitch.
Ball one to Eric Karros.
The ball hit by Bragg to Karros. Clement gets over there, hustles. And then as he slows down, watch him a little bit, and then he jogged off very gingerly after that. Dusty Baker says a lot of times that it will tighten up on him as you go later into the game, or if he has to run the bases or cover first base a few times.
1-2 on Karros. Well, you said it, Steve. Walking off the field, Clement did not look good. Heading back in. Yep, coming back to that Cubs third base side dugout. Yet no activity in the Cub bullpen. to Carroll. Good solid series for Eric. 3 hits and 8 at-bats. Did 12 home runs during the regular season, his first as a Cub. Steve mentioned earlier, Carroll came over with Grzelcyk from the Dodgers in the Todd Hundley deal. Really a change of scenery money swap deal. All 3 of those players making big dollars, all in the final year of the contract. And it has turned out to be a terrific trade for the Cubs.
Hundley, of course, had to have back surgery, missed most of the season for the Dodgers, was a non-factor, but not so with these 2 guys here playing for Chicago. I mean, you could go so far as to say with the year that Grzelcyk had, the fact that Carroll stepped in at first base when everyone thought Heapsop Choi would be the first baseman, that these Cubs are not in the playoffs without those 2 guys.
Payoff pitch to Carroll. Down the right field line, it will fall, fair ball. Over to cut it off, Darren Bragg, and he'll hold Carroll to a leadoff single in the Chicago 2nd inning.
We wondered in game 1 why Randall Simon wasn't playing first base, but here's the reason. Carroll can still hit that ball low and away and go the other way with it. That's what Ortiz likes to do. His still throw right-handers up and in, low and away. Carroll can handle both of those pitches. Of course, he doesn't have the speed to turn that one into a double, but they'll take the single.
Well, they got a big first inning 2-run single here last night by Randall Simon, who got the start at first base against Greg Maddux last night.
Well, it's kind of a funny stat, but even after just 3 games, the 2 members of the Cubs that have the most RBIs are not in the lineup. Randall Simon and one Kerry Wood, both with 2 RBIs. No one else has more than 1.
Strike 1 to Alex Gonzalez. The .228 hitter during the regular season, had 20 home runs, a career high, 59 runs batted in. He is 0 for 5 in this series. Sellout crowd on a beautiful Saturday afternoon at Wrigley Field in Chicago, and the Cubs trying to win their postseason series since winning the World Series in 1908. 0-2 on Gonzalez.
If you're thinking about putting Carroll in motion in a possible hit-and-run scenario here, it won't happen. Gonzalez strikes out too often, 123 times on the year, and the middle infielders, if they saw Carroll trying to steal a base, they would just cross it up. The other infielder would cover the bag. The hitter would be trying to hit the ball towards the second baseman. They would just cross up, and Furcal would cover the base on a steal.
On Gonzalez. Pretty good play right there by Javier Lopez. That ball bounced 2 feet in front of the plate, and he just snatched it up cleanly. Then he blocked it.
This is Johnny Bench right here. That's picking and grinning. Hello. I got that one right in my back pocket. Handed it back to the umpire. Said we need a new ball because that one's got a scuff on it. Let's go.
Swing, did he go around? It looked like he did, and Ed Rapuano agrees. First strikeout of the game for Russ Ortiz, 1 away in the inning. Well, tomorrow night, baseball's postseason continues on Fox with the decisive Game 5, if necessary, between these 2 teams, or if the Cubs win it today, we'll have Game 4 between Minnesota and the Yankees. The Yankees leading that series 2-1. The road to the World Series continues tomorrow, 7:30 Eastern, 4:30 Pacific, only on Fox. Now Paul Bacco. Ball 1 low and away. We told you the numbers earlier. The Braves under Bobby Cox have had 18 starts in the postseason where a pitcher has come back on 3 days rest. The starters' numbers in those games, 5 and 8, with an ERA right at 4.5. Bouncing ball, foul. The team record in those games, 6 and 12, and the Braves have lost their last 5 postseason starts when they bring the starting pitcher back on 3 days rest. The last pitcher to win coming back on 3 days was Greg Maddux. all the way back the first year of the wild card in 1995 when he beat Colorado in Game 4 of the division series. Startling numbers.
Not an easy thing to do, especially with the pitchers that we've seen in this series who throw easily over 100 pitches.
Slow roller going to be hard to turn the double play. They'll take the out at first for the second out of the inning, and into scoring position goes Cruz with a pitcher Matt Clement coming up.
Well, this could be an interesting situation for both the Braves and the Cubs in this situation with 2 outs. Cruz should be able to get a great jump to score on any base hit, but he does not run well, and the outfield arms of the Braves, all of them outstanding. They will all play Clement a little more shallow than normal, and to the opposite field, Andrew Jones with one of the best arms and flat out some of the best outfield play you'll ever see. 30 pitches already for Ortiz.
Now you saw the numbers for Matt Clement, only 9 of 62 as a batter this season, but it should be noted that he started this year in an 0 for 43 stretch. So he did have 9 hits in his last 19 at-bats of this season.
That's on fire.
0-2 to Clement.
You go 9 for 19. I don't care who you are. You're pretty happy with that.
That's a cool 473 batting average.
Pretty cool. That 0 for 43, not so good.
No. He looked more like the 0 for 43 there. Gone on 3 pitches, and that'll end the inning. A leadoff single by Cruz. He's left at second. No scores. We go to the 3rd.
Today, more than 250,000 doctors and 75 million patients are redefining modern medicine with WebMD. Practices can attend to the business of medicine with new speed and efficiency. Doctors can continue their medical education without leaving their offices. Patients can monitor their own progress. In countless ways, WebMD is helping doctors and patients to reconnect, and in the process, helping to redefine modern medicine. WebMD, modern medicine.
Life got simple the day I plugged into the big brown machine. West Coast overnight, done. China, 48 hours, done. Brown picks it all up together and delivers it all on time. And with their global tracking system, I get the proof. It isn't that I'm not a trusting person. Yes, it is.
International Overnight Ground. Synchronized. UPS. What can Brown do for you? Introducing Taco Bell's new spicy chicken burrito. It's a little spicy. Taco Bell's new spicy chicken burrito, packed with shredded chicken, simmered in Mexican spices. It's tasty, filling, and only $1.29. To get your fill of this satisfying thrill, think outside the bun.
Come on in, Derek. Derek, I thought we had this thing worked out. I hear you're out dancing, eating, and just carousing with your friends. Is it true you're going out every night?
Absolutely not.
Good.
If you want to enjoy the New York nightlife, bring your Visa card, because Orso, Cheetah, and the Broome Street Bar don't take American Express. Visa, it's everywhere you want to be.
Hey, Derek, we are running late. Sorry.
Summer's biggest sensation, the OC, returns Wednesday, October 29th on Fox.
End of 2, no score in this National League Division Series Game 4. The Cubs leading this series 2-1. Russ Ortiz to lead things off in the Atlanta 3rd. Back to the top of the order, and Rafael for a call, and then Marcus Giles against Matt Clement. Told you in Game 1, Ortiz can swing the bat. 18 hits and 70 at-bats during the regular season, including 2 home runs and 4 doubles.
Drove in 10 during the season. That's helping yourself out. This kid's just a flat-out gamer. A lot of those guys that had pitched for Dave Rigetti, the Giants staff, are guys that pitch with their guts more than their stuff. I remember an old-time pitcher that I had played with the White Sox and ended up being a Cub as well, Billy Long. He's a guy who didn't have anything, but he said, here it is. If you can hit it, you'll beat me. There's a lot of guys like that on that Giants staff, and Russ Ortiz is exactly that way.
One and two to Russ Ortiz, and it's lined into left field, a base hit. Third hit of the game for Atlanta against Matt Clement. And look who's here today. None other than Air Jordan. Oh, the stars are out today.
You know, win a championship for 95 years, that brings them all out, doesn't it? Everybody wants to be a part of it.
Jordan and the Bulls won it 6 times.
Yes, and Jordan, might we remind everybody, was a member of the Chicago White Sox franchise for 1 year. And may I say that he's the greatest athlete in the world, but he couldn't play baseball.
Now for a call. He struck out looking his first time up. He's already squaring around a bunt, and it's thrown to the backstop. That ball rolling around, and Ortiz will advance on to second, make a turn, but stop right there. So now for a call with a chance to bunt Ortiz down to third base with nobody out in the inning.
I don't know if they'll score that a wild pitch or a pass ball. We'll look at it again. That's going to have to be a wild pitch. Matt Clement had as many wild pitches as anybody in the National League, 13 of them this season. This one's bouncing all over Wrigley. It's very important in this series to get on the scoreboard first. If you are the Braves, you got to try to take this Cub crowd out of the game by getting on the scoreboard early.
No sign of a bunt on that pitch after for a call. Had a quick chat with third base coach Freddie Gonzalez after the wild pitch that sent Ortiz on to second base.
Furcal must get the ball to the right side of the field. First base, second base side.
Chop foul, 2-1 on Furcal.
Got to be able to move the ball to this side, hit it to the outfield, dribble one into this area so this guy here can get to third easily, move him up somehow. He may now be back into a bunting situation with the 1 strike. They may have said, look, take your chances, maybe drive him in, and now if you get 1 strike, now bunt him over.
Ortiz leads at second base, and they do ask for a call to bunt.
Boy, it looked like he tried to bunt that ball, didn't he?
Sure did, and no appeal. Paul Bacco turning around and saying, are you sure he didn't try to bunt at that ball? Now Larry Young says, no, he didn't.
And now they get the appeal. It was awfully close. Bacco thought it was an obvious called strike. They finally went down to the third base umpire, and they said, no, he didn't.
3-1 on Rafael for a call. Good hitters count, and no sign of a bunt. Ball 4, and the Braves have 2 on with nobody out here in the third, and Marcus Giles coming up.
These are the kind of things that happen to Matt Clement, and once again we remind you of the fact that he is growing, maybe giving him a little bit of a problem here. The pitch that he threw to Ortiz that got hit was a mistake pitch with 2 strikes, and then walking for a call, and Giles comes up there with 11 sacrifice bunts on the season. Here's that play again with Clement going over, covering the bag, and then very gingerly walking off the field. It took him a long time to get back to that dugout.
That's why I'm very surprised there has been no activity in this Cub bullpen. You knew this guy has had this injury this entire year, and clearly he was hurting at the end of the second inning, yet nobody warming up. And now Giles, Steve mentioned, the most sacrifices on a team, and they have picked up Ortiz. The play was on, and Bacco fired a strike to Gonzalez, and no chance for Ortiz to get back. That is a huge mistake made by Ortiz.
And a heads-up play by Baco and Gonzalez. You see him putting sort of a wheel play on. Gonzalez is going to go over there to cover anyway. Ortiz not used to being on the bases as much, being a pitcher. He knows he has to try to get a great jump at the bunt as laid down. You know, it's a huge mistake, but being a runner and being out there in that situation, it's an easy mistake to make because you know you have to get to third if they bunt the ball. It's one of those times where you don't want to be in that situation as a runner. He's got to try to get to third. Here comes Baco up firing. He throws a strike to Gonzalez. This is not even close. Heads-up baseball by the Cubs. Not so much by Russ Ortiz.
So rather than 2 on and nobody out, 1 on, 1 out. And now Giles will swing away, and he's behind 0-2. Wow.
Now you see the nickname for Marcus Giles, Gilly. I think that has to do with a fish that has gills. Now, that's what they call him. I never said that.
0-2. In the air to right field. Sosa drifting. He's got it for the second out of the inning. This may be an inning the Atlanta Braves look back on and ask the question, what if?
Especially when you look at the guy coming to the plate right now in Chipper Jones, who has not performed well so far in this series, but you keep looking at him saying, all right, when's this guy going to break out?
Chipper flied out to short center field, ending the opening inning, 1 of 12 so far in the series. Corner, and Jones disagrees.
Now you look at how productive Chipper Jones has been over his career. He has the longest active streak of 6 straight seasons of hitting more than 300, 25 homers, and 100 RBIs. 6 straight years. 8 straight seasons he's drove in 100 runs. And it's amazing the consistency with him. Never driven in more than 111. And never less than 100 in those 8 seasons. Right out 100, 110 every year. You can mark it down, as you like to say. I let Percal run right here if he wants to.
Clement thinking the same thing. He talked about Chipper, and you look at some of the numbers. I mean, just steady as she goes. Only 1 year. Back in 1997, did he hit less than 300?
Look at that. That gets you a pretty good contract, I think.
Greg Maddox said about Mark Pryor, I'd love to be his agent. 0-1, runner does go. Pitch taken outside, throw to second, not going to be in time. For a call at 25 stolen bases during the regular season in 27 attempts.
See a good jump by Percal, runs very, very well. You're not going to catch him on that jump. In easily. Looked like Paul Baco maybe stepped out and tried to get a little bit more on this throw. You see him really kind of muscle up. It sails on him a little bit. I don't think you can throw Percal out on that pitch anyway.
Now with all that has happened for the Braves in this inning, they have a runner in scoring position with Chipper at the plate and 2 away. The 1-1 coming from Clement. Fastball up and in.
What Clement's trying to do to Chipper Jones is the pitch that Greg Maddox made famous, the little comebacker. Run a sinking fastball in on the belt of a left-handed hitter and let it tail back over and nip the inside part of the plate for a strike.
2-1 to Chipper Jones, and it swung on and fouled out of play. Jones exceptional in these situations during the regular year. With runners in scoring position and 2 men out, he had .355. But this isn't the regular season. second, 2 away, 2-2 to Chipper Jones. They'll appeal down to third. He didn't go around. Says the crew chief, John Hirschbeck.
Well, of course, when you talk about Chipper Jones, you don't have to talk about his nickname. It is his name. Chip off the old block. Real name, Larry Wayne Jones, the second. CJ is the easy one. Yeah, that's sort of like what I say for you, Tommy. If your nickname is just adding a Y to your real name, then you should work on your personality.
Amen. That's why they call me Tommy. 3-2 to Chipper. For a call, the runner at second base, 2 away here in the Atlanta third inning. And it's all 4 up and away. Clement in trouble for the second consecutive inning. The Cubs, right-hander, allowed a couple of hits with 1 man out in the second inning, but retired Castilla and Bragg to get out of trouble. You see the pitch count really piling up for Clement, already 48 of them, and still an out to go here in the third.
You know, that was an at-bat right there where Clement walks Jones, but I really like the way he worked him. He threw a couple pitches on the inner half. He went away with a couple pitches, tried to get him out away on that last pitch and missed. But I think he doesn't mind taking his chances with Lopez. He can run that sinker in on his hands, being a right-handed hitter, and then use his bread and butter, his best pitch, the slider away to Lopez to get him out.
Bobby did single his first time up, and that one swung on and fouled back out of play. But Clement has not been sharp here in the third inning. He's faced 4 batters, and 3 of them have reached. Ortiz started the inning with a single. For a call walk, putting runners at first and second with nobody out, and then Ortiz picked off at second base by the catcher, Paul Bacco.
And his slider has not been nearly as sharp as we have seen it in the past. That thing usually breaks a good foot down and away from hitters when he's got it working.
Chipper Jones aboard. The 0-1 to Lopez. Bounces up there, blocked nicely by Bacco. A ball and a strike. Clement, one of those kind of guys, you're really rolling the dice when he takes the mound as to what you're going to get. In his 14 wins, his ERA is 1.5. In his 12 losses, his earned run average is over 9.
That is just such a huge difference, and that's what he's been up and down even over his last 5 starts of the season. We talked about his record here at home, 8-1 since July 1st. That's outstanding. But he's been very inconsistent for this team this season. Has #1 stuff.
Popped up. Carroll's behind the bag. And that'll end the inning. Second straight inning, the Braves strand a pair. The Cubs come to bat. Last of the third, no score.
We're in LA's Grand Central Market shopping for great ingredients. Today's recipe starts with the Southwest-style sauce made from tomatoes, onions, poblano peppers. We also want some chicken, the kind you just can't resist when it's fire grilled. Finally, we need some warm, fresh-baked baguettes to put everything on. What do you know? This isn't going to take as long as I thought.
Introducing the new Santa Fe Chicken Baguette from Burger King. Flavor from fire grilling, not from fat. Come on over. The fire's ready.
When you're redoing your bathroom, you'll feel right at home at Lowe's.
Look at it all. There's so much to choose from.
Well, I'll make it easy. Only Lowe's has genuine Jacuzzi brand tubs, toilets, and sinks in stock. And to enhance them, we stock the largest selection of name brand faucets, including Delta and Moen. And Lowe's has low prices every day, guaranteed. That's our promise. Lowe's, improving home improvement.
Use your Lowe's card and pay nothing for 6 months on Jacuzzi product purchases of $2.99 or more.
I just want to feel clear, wide open. I want to re-enter the world.
I just want the pressure to leave.
I want to feel like myself again.
I want my head back.
Introducing new Tylenol Sinus Severe Congestion.
I was stuck. Now I'm unstuck.
It relieves congestion, pressure, and has Tylenol for pain, so it relieves more symptoms than even the leading sinus prescription.
I'm back in the land of the living.
No more singing the blues.
New Tylenol Sinus Severe Congestion.
Gone?
Fox tonight. Cops pursue drunk drivers on the run.
He's going head-on with other units.
He's on the sidewalk. Then, a friendly baseball rivalry turns deadly. Police say they know who pulled the trigger, but they need your help to get him off the streets.
He will be caught.
America's Most Wanted. It all starts at 8/7 Central tonight on Fox.
Top of the order coming up for the Cubs here in the last of the third inning. It'll be Lofton, Grzelcyk, and Sosa against Russ Ortiz.
Kenny's nicknamed Sugarloaf, just because he's so sweet.
He's been sweet for Dusty Baker. These last 2 seasons came over last year, of course, from the White Sox to the Giants, took San Francisco to the World Series, and then came over from the Pirates this year as Dusty came to Chicago. And Lofton in a Cub uniform in 56 games hit .327. He grounded out to Furcal his first time up. What do you think so far, Steve, here of Russ Ortiz pitching on 3 days rest?
I think he's fine. I think his velocity is down, no question about it. So far, he hasn't struggled that badly with location. He's a guy that has to have good location in order to get by anyway. Works both sides of the plate. There's a little cut fastball inside to Lofton. Now he's got to throw him a strike.
Pitch of the game by Ortiz, and it's a one-hopper right at Vinny Castilla, drawn in, guarding against a bunt, and he throws out Lofton, 1 away. Well, tomorrow coming your way on ESPN, it'll be the Athletics and the Red Sox, game 4 if necessary from Fenway Park, beginning at 1 o'clock Eastern. And if this series goes to a game 5, it'll be the Yankees and the Twins game 4 at 4 Eastern time tomorrow. And of course, we would have game 5, as we mentioned earlier, of this series, should it go back to Turner Field tomorrow night at 7:30 Eastern, 4:30 Pacific. 0-1 to Mark Grzelcyk, who walked in the opening inning. No runs, 3 hits, 4 men left on base so far for the Braves. Chicago, no runs, 2 hits, 3 men left. Dusty Baker talked about it before the game today, Steve, how important he thought it was his team getting out to that 2-0 lead in the first inning last night, not only for Mark Pryor pitching against Greg Maddux. Come back to the mound, Ortiz will throw out Grzelcyk 2 away. But getting the crowd into this game, they've been very quiet here so far. Now comes Sosa, and we talked to him yesterday about his first-year manager, Dusty Baker.
He's coming from San Francisco. We have a chance to manage superstar Barry Bonds, and he came here and we connect right away. Our relationship is different. We feel that we respect one another, and we're good friends. Especially we never make it hard for ourselves, and that's one of the reasons I respect the most for Dusty Baker.
There have been no problems between those two guys. I think if I'm managing the production that Sammy Sosa gives me every year, I don't have too many problems with him either.
No. Sammy, 40 home runs this season, 103 runs batted in. Then the 0-1. A fastball in. Of course, it's been a tough year for Sosa when you take into account the cork bat incident, which took place in June here at Wrigley Field in an interleague game against Tampa Bay. He served the suspension. Came back and wore it out until the month of September. He really struggled down the stretch. And that's carried over into this postseason. 2 balls and a strike. Sosa does have 3 hits and 10 at-bats, but only 1 run batted in. And he's had his chances.
Sosa and Alou both were excited to see in this ball game whether or not Russ Ortiz had his good fastball. He likes to throw fastballs up in the zone. If he doesn't have it, they could park one.
Sammy chasing the pitch up in the strike zone, 2-2. Pitch. Fastball up and away.
Oh, Sammy's sitting dead red. You will not see a guy who's looking for a fastball and be late at all. If I'm Ortiz, I don't know if I throw a fastball here. Put a wrinkle in one.
Ortiz, a payoff pitch to Sosa. Ball 4. Second walk of the game issued by Ortiz. Play Hit the Pros presented by Chevy Silverado. And face real pitches from today's best hurlers. Log on to foxsports.com. Keyword games Chevy Silverado. It's the right truck. A 2-out walk put Sosa aboard for Moises Alou, who had an infield single in the opening inning. Sosa without a stolen base during the regular season. He has a stolen base in this division series. Sosa running. And that ball lined hard into deep left field. Back to the wall. Rounding third and scoring is Sosa on a double by Alou.
Moises put a charge into that one. He was mad at himself, Tommy, because he said every time Fox covers a game, he hits a home run. He didn't get one in game 1 of this series. This one, if he had a little more lift, would have gone out of the park. Chipper Jones very tentative going back on this ball because he was afraid of the corner of the ballpark there. He wasn't sure if he was going to hit this part or get back into the deeper area of the corner. He doesn't know exactly where he is in the ballpark. If he's 4 feet to his right, he runs into the wall there.
Ramirez, the Cubs on the board, 1-0 here in the bottom of the 3rd inning. It started with a 2-out walk to Sosa. And the Cubs very aggressively putting Sosa in motion. He scores on the double.
Including his stolen base in game 1. I think it was the first time he had a stolen base since the year 2000. And now he's had 2 attempted steals in this game or in this series, and they both paid off.
Strike 2 called to Aramis Ramirez, who fouled out to the first baseman Franco, leaving 2 on in the opening inning. Fastball up, 1-2 on Ramirez. Alou getting his 2nd run batted in of the series. And Alou now 7 hits in 14 at-bats during this division series.
Alou, as far as this team is concerned, still has the quickest bat on any inside fastball you're going to see as far as the Cubs, their entire club.
Still 1-2 on Ramirez. Matt Clement given this 1-0 lead on a 2-out walk issued by Ortiz to Sammy Sosa. And with Sosa in motion, the double by Moises Alou brings him home. 2-2. Foul out of play. We'll do it again at 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Oh, he got away with one right there, Tommy. That was a fastball right down Broadway. Ramirez fouled it off with 2 strikes, maybe protecting against a possible breaking pitch. But look at the location. Right down the middle.
Ortiz allowed 4 runs in 5 2/3 innings in Game 1. And now the break-even pitch again to Ramirez has popped up. Again playable for Franco, and that'll end the inning. But a walk to Sosa. He scores on the double by Alou, and a 3. 1-0 Cubs.
Do you have the right truck?
Hi. Black coffee to go.
Does your truck have better resale value than Ford and Dodge? A Silverado half-ton pickup does.
Hey, guys, what's up?
Hey, is this your truck?
What's it going for? What do you mean, what's it going for?
Let me make you an offer.
It's not for sale.
What are you doing here? It's for sale.
It's not for sale.
Silverado. It's the right truck from Chevy.
This fall, Bristol-Myers Squibb, the cancer community, and I will come together for a very special campaign called the Tour of Hope. We want to raise awareness of clinical trials and let people know that cancer research is worth the ride. I've had this relationship with Bristol-Myers Squibb for years now, because if it wasn't for BMS drugs, I just would not be sitting here today. Together, we can speed the search for a cure.
Follow the Bristol-Myers Squibb Tour of Hope team and Lance Armstrong in this historic ride. Find out more by visiting our website.
You know, some interesting facts about Delaware, guys. It was the first state to ratify the Constitution. Thank you, forefathers. Man, am I glad we wrote that thing up. Each article, I mean, we'll cover all the articles, but North Carolina. Horse population of 220,000. A lot of hoofs, too, almost 1 million. A lot of hay. What is hay, exactly? Is it wheat? You know, I dated a girl named Georgia. Had to break
For
it
when
off,
you
though.
need it most, our longest-lasting Energizer Max ever.
Yeah, after that, I told myself,
Do you have the bunny
I am
inside?
not dating girls named after states.
Sure, all these OTC and prescription allergy medicines are approved for pollen, but some are not approved for pet dander and dust. Others are not approved for smoke. Only Flonase is approved to relieve the nasal symptoms from all these triggers. For best results, use daily. Side effects are generally mild and may include headache, nosebleed, and sore throat. Ask your doctor about Flonase. For all these triggers, all it takes is Flonase.
The Division Series on Fox, brought to you by Chevy Silverado. It's the right truck. By Gatorade Thirst Quencher. It's in MLB. Is it in you? By long-lasting Energizer. Do you have the bunny inside? And by the nasal spray, luck to ozone. We head for the top half of the 4th inning, where it's a 1-0 Cub lead on an RBI double with 2 away in the 3rd inning by Moises Alou and Andrew Jones to lead it off in the Atlanta 4th against Matt Clement. Strike 1. The Braves have had scoring chances in each of the last 2 innings, leaving 2 on in the 2nd, 2 more in the 3rd. Jones struck out his first time up.
Ask Bobby Cox about Andrew Jones, and he'll tell him, man, this guy is a pretty darn good player, loves the way he plays the game. Had some trouble with him a little bit early in his career, didn't hustle after a fly ball in a ball game a few seasons ago, and Cox took him out of the ball game right on the spot, replaced him in the inning. Said, I'm not going to have you embarrassing the team that way, and it hasn't happened since.
Slider swung on and missed by Jones. 3rd strikeout of the game from Matt Clement. Well, tomorrow you can hear from Mike Holmgren about his return to Green Bay, plus Emmett Smith and Steve Mariucci on their homecomings tomorrow only on the Ford F-150 Fox NFL Sunday pregame show, noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific, right here on Fox. A full day of the NFL, and then we'll cap it off tomorrow night with playoff baseball, either Game 5 at Turner Field between the Cubs and the Braves, or Game 4 from the Metrodome in Minneapolis between the Yankees and Minnesota.
What kind of shape is this guy in? Julio Franco at 45 years old. They said last year at 44, his body fat went down.
Well, he's had a marvelous career. Nickname Hooli, I would assume that comes from just Julio. Pretty safe bet, don't you think?
Me and Julio down by the schoolyard.
Of course, Julio Franco, very good friends with the President of the United States, George W. Bush. Julio Franco played for the Texas Rangers when the President was the owner of the Texas Rangers franchise. In fact, Julio Franco invited the President and his entire family to his wedding. And they all came, the President, the First Lady, and the twin daughters.
You think Franco calls the President W?
He was asked that question. He said it is classified, as is his phone number, which many believe that Franco has even at the White House. They are supposedly that close.
Not a bad guy to have on your side.
No. Especially when the IRS comes knocking. 2-2 on Franco.
This is a great piece of hitting by Franco, even though he fouled his pitch off. We told you he likes to go the other way. He cheated on that pitch, thinking it was going to be inside, and got out in front and tried to pull it. Mad at himself because he missed it. Boy, sometimes you guess right, you do everything right, and you still can't quite get your bat head on the ball. That ball would have gone a mile if he hit it.
Well, Julio upset about something out there. Perhaps with a home plate umpire, Larry Young. He stepped well out of the batter's box all the way out on the grass area around home plate, and still having a few words with the home plate umpire.
I think Young told him to get back in the box.
Fastball in, 3-2. That's something you used to see from a lot of National League umpires. Was umpires would tell batters, all right, come on, let's get back in the box, let's play baseball to keep the pace of the game moving.
And I think that's what they're going at right there. He's standing out there for a long time.
Ball 4 high, and Julio aboard for the second time in the game. While we have a moment, let's take a look at our Radio Shack trivia question today. How many days have passed since the last World Series game was played at Wrigley Field? Well, you better pull out all the fingers, the toes, and maybe the rest of the family.
Get a calculator. And make sure it's got a good battery in it.
Third walk of the game. In fact, the third walk in the last 2 innings issued by Matt Clement. And that is something that has plagued him during his entire major league career. Wildness. Up and into Vinny Castilla, who flied out to Sosa his first time up. Cubs lead 1-0. Top of the fourth, 1 on, 1 out.
Terry Pendleton, the hitting coach for the Atlanta Braves, said that he's a little disappointed. He says, hey, I have to give credit to these Cubs pitchers. They've been outstanding, but we have slipped back into bad habits against them.
Bouncing ball into center field, a base hit, and Franco will make the turn and come to third. And Lofton bobbled the ball in center field. There's a perfect example of a guy who does not have to be a fast base runner to be a good base runner. That is excellent work by Franco.
And I think that Lofton maybe didn't quite hustle on this ball as much as he should. We know Franco's running right now. You can see Lofton coming into the picture. Looks like he's loping in after it pretty good. Maybe this just gets caught up in the thick outfield grass of Wrigley, and Franco took advantage of it. It looked to me right there like Lofton was hustling in on it. And Franco just said, this is a slow roller up the middle. I'm going to keep going.
And with all of the rain they had here last night, it delayed the start of the game 31 minutes. You got to believe that grass, which is very long and thick in the outfield as well as the infield, is going to slow the ball down.
Still wet out there.
Good awareness.
Ball will come up wet. Clement's in some trouble now.
Runners on the corners with one away, and Darren Bragg, the batter, he bounced out to Karros his first time up. Shattered back. One hopper in the hole at short. They get one, and that's all they're going to get. Scoring from third is Franco, and it's a 1-1 game. Castillo must have lost that ball with the flight of the bat coming right at him, because he never broke for second. He must have thought that ball was popped up or just plain lost it.
Well, I don't know about you, but if I see that bat, the business end of that bat coming at me, that's what I'm going to be watching. Quickly over to second base to get the out. Knocked Grzelcyk down with that throw. Gets the easy out at second, but Castillo saw the bat end coming at him and made the smart decision by watching it instead of trying to figure out where the ball was.
And the base running by the 45-year-old Julio Franco set up that run. Well, if you were taking bets as to things we might talk about during this series or this game or any game that Franco plays in it, we would be talking about his base running. That would be a long shot to say the least. But good aggressive base running there gets him into third base on the single to center and scores on the ground ball. 2-0 on Russ Ortiz.
I think we've talked about it many, many times in our broadcast in Fox, and it's worth repeating again for the younger players out there. You do not have to be a fast base runner to be a good base runner. You have to be smart. You use your instincts. Take a chance now and then. Bad base runners rarely get thrown out because they won't take a chance and move up an extra base.
Ortiz singled into left field his first time up. Got picked off second base by the catcher Paul Bacco. He looks at a strike, 2-1. Grounded down to third. Ramirez will play to first, and that'll end the inning, but not before the Braves get a walk to Franco. He goes to third on a single, scores a tying run on a ground out. 1-1 after 3.5.
For name brand lighting, you'll feel right at home at Lowe's.
I'm looking for a light for my foyer.
And it's got to be special.
Exactly.
Lowe's has the brand names, styles, and finishes.
Like that.
The kind you'd expect at a lighting showroom, including the Kichler line, even ceiling fans. And Lowe's has low prices every day, guaranteed. That's our promise.
That must have blown your budget. Nope.
Lowe's, improving home improvement.
Now spend $200 or more on Kichler lights. Get a $25 gift card free.
Wireless troubles?
My phone works here, not there. Same with voicemail, email.
Sprint is different. All your services work the same wherever you go, on the most complete, all-digital, advanced wireless network in the nation. And all the calls are clear.
So everything works.
And this will never happen again.
PCS from Sprint. Try the nation's most complete wireless network.
I break for yard sales.
I break for animals.
I break for donuts.
Chocolate.
My grandkids.
Boys.
I break for little old ladies.
Bingo.
Leprechauns.
UFOs.
I break for free oil changes.
Visit your local Midas mechanic now and get a free oil change with any Midas brake job, including installation of our lifetime guaranteed brake pads or shoes. That's free oil and filter with any new brakes.
I break for no apparent reason.
Wow. Somebody's letting go today.
It's okay. I had Subway for lunch.
Subway, delicious low-fat sandwiches, so you can feel good about being good and okay about being bad.
It's okay. I had Subway.
Subway, good, so you don't always have to be.
Now, from the makers of Wellbutrin SR comes Wellbutrin XL Extended Release Tablets. Talk to your doctor today to see if Wellbutrin XL is right for you. And visit our website at wellbutrinxl.com.
One man controls an empire.
My business is 100% legal.
One man is sworn to destroy it.
Every politician needs a target.
Let's take him down.
And the battle is about to get personal.
His father is the district attorney. Can you imagine if the press gets a hold of this? He laid a hand on Hustle.
You can't tell me not to see him!
From executive producer Jerry Bruckheimer.
You tell your son to keep his filthy hands off my daughter.
Skin premieres Monday, October 20th on Fox.
1-1 ball game. We head to the bottom of the fourth inning. Here's that ball that died in the outfield grass. It's in Franco, first to third.
Look at it slow down in the wet thickness of the grass. Often hustling in, still could not make the play in order to get Franco at third base. Franco hustling all the way. Vinny Castilla doing what Terry Pendleton had wanted to do. Hit the ball up the middle and the other way. One of the things that Terry Pendleton's been most frustrated, as we were talking earlier, about guys slipping into bad habits. He said Dusty Baker told us what he was going to do. He said his main objective, keep the ball in the yard. That tells you they're going to throw the balls away from hitters.
Ground ball to for a call, and Caro's thrown out to open up the Cubs' fourth inning. While we have a moment, let's take a game break and send it to Los Angeles. Here's Jeannie Zelasco.
Do you believe in wild cards? Are you ready for another Cinderella story? The upstart Marlins upset the Giants, and the defending NL champs are the first to be eliminated as the Marlins are moving on to the championship. But tomorrow, baseball's postseason continues on Fox with the decisive Game 5 between these two teams. Or if the Braves win tonight, we'll have Game 4 between the Twins and Yanks.
Lined into center field by Alex Gonzalez. It'll fall in front of Andrew Jones. So Gonzalez getting his first hit of this National League Division Series, coming in his 7th at bat. I don't think anybody should be surprised at all, to be honest with you, that the Florida Marlins beat the Giants, taking nothing away from the great year they had under Felipe Alou. But since the middle of May, so you're talking about June, July, August, and September, 4.5 months, the Florida Marlins have the best record in the major leagues since the middle of May.
They were playing the hottest baseball going into the playoffs. They have a very complete team not too many people know about. Speedsters up at the top of the lineup, much the same way we've talked about Kenny Lofton in his series and how he can change a series with his legs. Pierre and Castillo. Some meat in the middle of that order that can hit the ball out of the ballpark. A couple stud pitchers at the top half of the rotation. They're the scariest team in the playoffs.
And saw the pitch count there on Ortiz as he throws over to first.
And we certainly sent a congratulations to them for winning their game. But how about the way that game ended? When was the last time you saw a game end where there was a play at the plate where you're winning by making that play? Usually it's a guy coming in, scoring a run, not preventing a run. Everybody mobbing the catcher at home plate. That was a great ending.
And they're mobbing the right guy, because what a series it was for Pudge Rodriguez. He knocked in all 4 Florida Marlin runs in their 11-inning win against the Giants in a fabulous game yesterday in front of 61,000 at Pro Player Stadium.
Nice to see that the people came out to support that Florida Marlin team. They have had trouble drawing in the past.
One to Baco. 2 low. 2 balls, no strikes. Wrigley Field jam-packed, as are the rooftops along Waveland Avenue and Sheffield Avenue. Trying to witness Cub history today. The Cubs trying to win their first postseason series since 1908.
I mean, this is where a number 8 hitter can get very scary for the defense in this situation. 2-0. Baco doesn't have a home run at all on the season. But don't think he isn't going to be sitting dead red right here and trying to pull one into the right field seats if he gets a pitch that he likes.
They set up away. And Baco takes a strike. Sometimes you see a guy take a 2-0 fastball for a strike and you say, what is he thinking about? But Steve, you brought up a great point earlier. Sometimes a hitter will say, I'm looking curveball in one location or fastball one location. If they don't get that pitch, even in that location, they lay off of it.
And it's tough to have that discipline, but if you do, you're still in your own game plan.
And now you've worked it to 3-1.
Right. And that pitch was middle away, the 2-0 pitch. Baco was doing what I thought he might be doing, looking for something on the inner half that he could really juice. He stayed away from the ball middle away. That pitch down in the strike zone. Now he's back to a good hitter's count. 3-1 again. Sit middle in. If you don't get it, spit on it.
Set up away again. And a 3-1 runner goes, taking ball 4.
Great at bat. Such a good at bat because also the flip end of being the number 8 hitter in a lineup is that you're not always going to get great pitches to hit because the pitcher comes up behind you and they'd rather go after that guy than give you something on a tee that you can whack at.
Again, a reminder, tomorrow night, if this series goes to Game 5, we'll have it for you at 7:30 Eastern Time, 4:30 Pacific from Turner Field in Atlanta. Or if the Cubs win today, Game 4 from the Metrodome in Minneapolis, the Yankees will go to Game 4 with a 2-1 lead over the Twins. Now Clement. Franco right on top of him at first. And he pulled the bat away, high and outside, ball 1.
I love that. We have talked all year long about the guy who has no responsibility on the bunt. Why is he not charging down the bunter's throat? And that's what Julio Franco's doing on this bunt play. You see him right there. He'll be right in this area once the pitch is thrown. If the ball's bunted to him, he's going to third base with it. Put pressure on the guy that has to bunt the ball.
Clement bunts it right back to Ortiz. They'll have a play at third. And they cut down the lead runner, Gonzalez. So defended nicely in a poor bunt by Clement, who had 8 sacrifices on the year, but he can't get it done here.
Trying to get this ball to the third base side. Ideally, what you want is the third baseman to field this ball. You can't get a great jump and the ball popped in the air. This is an easy play at third base to get the out. Ortiz had no hesitation whatsoever. You want him to field the ball, get the ball into that area. You want Vinny Castilla to have to come in and field the ball. That way your guy goes into third base easily with no play.
2 on, 2 out, and Lofton the batter. He's grounded to short, grounded to third. Lofton 4 of 14 in the series. 1-1 game. We're in the bottom of the 4th inning. And it's low to Kenny Lofton, 1-0. At second, the pitcher Clement on at first. Bouncing ball to Giants. And the force play will end the inning. The Cubs strand 2. They've left 6 on in the game. A 1-1 affair. We're back to Chicago after a word from your local Fox station.
Tomorrow on America's #1 pregame show. In a week filled with controversy, Donovan McNabb discusses how he's gotten back on track.
Forget about it. Just move on.
Fox NFL Sunday tomorrow.
He relies on it. She relies on it. More and more people every day count on Verizon Wireless, the company that gives you America's largest, most reliable wireless network. And now you can also get unlimited night and weekend minutes to use coast to coast when on an America's Choice calling plan. Plus, you'll find a great selection of cool Motorola phones on sale now, so you can stay in touch with all the people you know. Verizon Wireless, we never stop working for you.
Can you hear me now? Good.
Did you know the air in your home can be up to 5 times more polluted than air outside? That indoor pollutants like dander can aggravate allergies and trigger asthma? What can you do? Get the Filtrete Ultra Allergen Reduction Filter. It's up to 30 times better than all other 1-inch filters at capturing airborne dust, bacteria, and pollen. And it meets Health House guidelines. If you don't take care of the air in your home, who will? Filtrete filters from 3M.
Next time you think about going to Florida, think Southwest Airlines. Right now, fly nonstop from Chicago Midway to select cities in Florida for just $79.
You are now free to move about the country.
Look again, look again.
Ford truck season is here, and the world's #1 selling truck, the 2003 Ford F-150, now offers 0% financing for 60 months or $3,000 cash back. Save big on a new 2003 F-150, and check out the next F-150. The truck critics are calling the best pickup ever. Ford truck season at your local Ford store. Be there.
Where you been? Look again.
Game as we head for the top half of the 5th inning here at Wrigley Field in Chicago. Well, that fella right there might know the answer to our Radio Shack trivia question. How many days have passed since the last World Series game here in the friendly confines? Steve, you said break out the calculator.
Yep. Well, I called my daughter Corey, who's a freshman at Arizona State, in math class. I said, give me the answer. She said 21,172 days.
And she would have been wrong. 178 days. See, she forgot about the leap years.
And that's why she's flunking her math class right now. I can tell you that. Get some more tutoring, Corey.
Wow. You humiliate your own daughter.
She's used to it.
By the way, you talk about trivia, that's only 508,272 hours. But Corey could have told us that.
Yes. Wow. You don't think these fans are ready for some winning?
And a high bouncer over the head of Karros into right field. So Rafael for a call picks up just his 3rd hit of the series. And very much a base-stealing threat. He stole a base in the 3rd inning, had 25 during the regular year.
High chopper, hard ground out in front of first home plate, gets over Karros' head. He's the guy that they have to get going at the top of the lineup to get the big bangers coming up behind him, although Sheffield out of this lineup, and that's why I think Furcal will be more prone to try to run.
Giles grounded to short in the 1st inning, flied out to right in the 3rd. To hit behind the runner there and drops it foul out of play. 0-1.
Remember, Giles playing all banged up. He's got the deep thigh bruise from game 1. Running down the line, Eric Carroll's right elbow catches him right in the thigh. He goes down hard.
Giles a slow roll to short. And they'll get the lead runner for a call, going in very hard on Grzelcyk, trying to break up any idea of a double play.
Boy, we have seen a lot of that so far in this postseason. We saw Pudge Rodriguez in the Florida game going in very hard at second base. This is good, hard, clean baseball. He's going to take out Grzelcyk at all costs, get through the bag and into the basement. Basically playing for one right there with Giles running. They knew they weren't going to be able to turn it over. That's why Grzelcyk takes the throw and then gets out of the way, tries to use that bag as protection.
Now Chipper Jones, 0 for 1, is fly to center and drawn a walk. Jones 1 of 12 so far in the series.
There are a lot of guys in the game, Tom, that love to play that way, where when you're on first base, you want one of two things. Either a base hit so we can continue the rally, or if we're going to make an out somehow, let it be a ground ball to short so I can take the guy out at second.
Jones lifts a fly ball in a deep left center field. Lofton at the wall. Goodbye. 2-run home run by Jones. His first home run of the series. And Atlanta has taken a 3-1 lead here in the 5th. The Braves limited to just a grand total of 3 extra base hits in this series. Only 1 home run, and their second home run here.
Jones just steps up on the plate, takes the sinker away from Clement. That ball was up in the strike zone, tailing away from Jones, and he just went with it. There's very few swings like Chipper Jones, as smooth and pretty as he swings the bat.
Hard hit ball to short. Gloved by Gonzalez. And he'll throw out Lopez.
talked a lot about that in Game 1, the contrast between Jones and his fluid swing through the zone, and Gary Sheffield, who's not in the lineup today, but how violently he swings the bat. That guy is smooth as they get.
Now Andrew Jones takes low and in for ball 1.
Watch how easy the bat goes through the hitting zone, how powerful it is at point of impact, and the great balance through the swing. And he knows right there he got enough of it to get it out.
Andrew trying to play long ball with that cut. 1 ball and 1 strike. Talked about the Atlanta Braves. They led the National League this season in batting average, in home runs, in runs scored. The most feared offensive team in the league the entire year. 29 different innings this season. This Atlanta Braves team scored 5 runs or more in an inning. Check swing and a miss. 1-2 to Andrew Jones. Yet coming into the game today, only 18 hits in the first 3 games of this series, a 191 batting average. But today, 3 runs on 6 hits. Fastball high to Andrew Jones to even a count.
Referring back to Terry Pendleton and what he's trying to get these guys to do. Castilla, a hit up the middle. Jones, a home run to center field. He said that this ballpark cannot hold our big guys even when they're trying to go the other way. So why slip into the bad habits of trying to pull these guys, the dominating pitchers that they have? Go with it. They're going to keep the ball away from you, go into the opposite field gap, and possibly out of the park that way.
3-2 to Jones, and he draws a 2-out walk. 4th of the game issued by Matt Clement. Well, here are the numbers we were talking about during the season, flexing their muscles against all the National League and of course during interleague play, but they have been stifled so far until today.
And how long can you keep that offense down? Been so good over the course of the season. 81 pitches now for Matt Clement, and I think it's time that you start to think about getting somebody up in that pen for the Chicago Cubs.
And make no mistake about it, 3 runs today is not a pile of runs for the Atlanta Braves, but you have to consider in 2 of the 3 games of this series, they've been held to 2 and 1 last night. That ball lined off the glove of Gonzalez into center field, and Franco getting the start on base for the 3rd time. The ball bobbled in center field by Lofton, and Jones goes to 3rd.
This is a mistake out there by Kenny Lofton. Andrew Jones would not have gone to 3rd base. Lofton should have come in and gloved this ball. He comes in and tries to barehand it. Now he bobbles it. Now Andrew Jones goes to 3rd. He would not have gone to 3rd. He had to hustle in because of the same play that we saw earlier with Franco that went to 3rd base. But he was on top of that ball a little bit quicker. All you have to do is glove that, pick it up, and no one goes anywhere.
Rothschild, the Cub pitching coach, out to visit with Clement. You saw his pitch count up over 80 now here in the 5th inning.
Hot shot up the middle. Lofton bobbling, and Jones just keeps on going.
Julio has brought his A game today.
He could swing it. Big unorthodox setup. Hands up over his head. 36-ounce bat.
This is a big batter in this ball game for Clement and the Cubs. You get the feeling the Braves are on the brink of breaking out here in a big way, and Castilla, a guy who can do major damage with one swing of the bat. Clement has struggled mightily in each of the last 4 innings since a 1-2-3 first, and Antonio Alfonseca begins to throw in the Chicago bullpen. Rolled over foul, 1-1 to Castilla, who is flying out to right and singled into center. The Braves left 2 on in the 2nd. They left 2 on in the 3rd. They had 2 on with 1 out in the 4th. finally broke through on a ground out by Darren Bragg. They have 3 hits and a walk, 2 runs so far here in the 5th.
Castilla, before ending up in Atlanta, bounced around a little bit after leaving Colorado with all those great seasons he had for them. Tampa Bay, Houston. There was some concern that his bat had slowed down tremendously, but he had a wrist injury. He's healthy now, had 22 homers on the season.
Castilla doing everything that Terry Pendleton doesn't want him to do. He's clearly trying to pull everything rather than shooting it the other way.
And that comes after an at-bat where he did exactly what TP wanted him to do. Shoot it right up the middle.
Runners on the corners, 2 away, 2 balls, 2 strikes, and Atlanta a 2-run lead here in the 5th. Line softly into left field, a base hit by Castilla. Scoring is Andrew Jones, and the Braves now lead 4-1. And perhaps, Dusty, it's not second guessing. We brought it up earlier. I mean, Clement has not been sharp here in the last 3 innings, and maybe they've left him in a little too long.
Well, that pitch right there, I think that's his slider, Tommy, but it isn't moving. It is. You can see the dot in the ball, but it's not moving at all. Not a good slider, hanging out over the middle of the plate. Castilla looking for a mistake with 2 strikes. All he does is dump it into left field. That's a pitch that normally Clement would have breaking to the outside part of the plate and off of the plate to get Castilla to chase that pitch. That thing isn't breaking a bit.
Going to be all for Matt Clement. They'll bring on the right-hander Antonio Alfonseca. Clement cannot get through 5. He'll leave trailing 4-1 in game 4.
Unsurpassed engineering, unparalleled technology. It blows away the competition. Champion, Mach 3 Turbo Champion. It's the world's best shave. Gillette guarantees it. Now with a red-hot new look, nothing else even comes close. Test drive one today. Mach 3 Turbo Champion from Gillette. The best a man can get.
Life got simple the day I plugged into the big brown machine. West Coast overnight, done. China, 48 hours, done. Brown picks it all up together and delivers it all on time. And with their global tracking system, I get the proof. It isn't that I'm not a trusting person. Yes, it is.
International Overnight Ground. Synchronized. UPS. What can Brown do for you?
Let's say this is you. Yeah, you're the king. But being the king isn't always easy. So, when you're with Allstate, you'll have over 50,000 professionals to help protect you. From claims adjusters who can help you fix a broken castle, to emergency assistants to ride to your rescue, to lawyers that go to court with you if you need them, and your Allstate agent who knows the moves to help you, helping you, the king, feel protected. Just one more way you're in good hands with Allstate.
I break for yard sales.
I break for animals.
I break for donuts.
Chocolate.
My grandkids.
Boys.
I break for little old ladies.
Bingo.
Leprechauns.
UFOs. I break for free oil changes.
Visit your local Midas mechanic now and get a free oil change with any Midas brake job, including installation of our lifetime guaranteed brake pads or shoes. That's free oil and filter with any new brakes.
I break for no apparent reason.
Matt Clement leaves after a 3-run Atlanta 5th inning, and the Braves still batting with 2 on and 2 out. And the man who came over with Clement from the Marlins takes over on the mound, Antonio Alfonseca. Alfonseca went into spring training as the Cubs closer, but then he injured his right hamstring. Suffered that injury during a spring training game on March the 18th, wasn't activated till May the 5th, and wound up losing his closer's role to Joe Borowski. Darren Bragg A ground ball to the right side. And that'll end the inning. But the Atlanta Braves strike for 3 in the 5th. 2 off the bat of Chipper Jones. Braves 4, Cubs 1 after 4.5 in Chicago.
The newly redesigned 2004 Pontiac Grand Prix with 260 horsepower to help you get the most out of your ride. And OnStar stolen vehicle tracking to help you get your ride back. Fuel for the soul.
Now this is big.
Now's the best time to buy wireless phones and accessories during the big sale at Radio Shack.
It's so big. It's
the LG VX6000 camera phone. Take, send, and personalize pictures. Just $149.99 after a $50 Radio Shack mail-in rebate.
It doesn't get any bigger than this.
The big sale. Now at Radio Shack. You've got questions, we've got answers.
I got a question for the folks at Radio Shack. Who's in charge of spelling around here?
If you want to get a jump on the day, you better get started the night before. That's why there's Tylenol PM. It stops your pain and eases you into a restful night's sleep, so you wake up refreshed and ready to take on the day. Safe, non-habit-forming Tylenol PM. With a great night's sleep, the day belongs to you. Tylenol PM.
Okay, so we've picked out the TV, the surround sound, and you already have the DVD player. Right. Okay, so my home theater question to you is this. Do you have a movie where stuff blows up?
It's all here. Circuit City has all your favorite DVDs, all at great low prices. And we're the first place to go for new releases every Tuesday. Stop by Circuit City today and pick up Too Fast, Too Furious on DVD for just $15.99. Circuit City, we're with you.
This October, Fox is telling these beautiful European women that this $11,000 a year cowboy is worth $80 million in oil. We lied. Again.
And now to the best part, he's rich.
The next Joe Millionaire, an international affair. Monday, October 20th on Fox.
Cubs come to bat. Long way to go in this one. Bottom half of the 5th inning. And Atlanta in front, 4-1, trying to push it back to Turner Field in Atlanta tomorrow night for a decisive Game 5. Low to Mark Resnick, 1 ball and 1 strike. Kerry Wood would get the ball should there be a Game 5 tomorrow night for the Cubs. And Mike Hampton, who pitched so well in Game 2, would start it for Atlanta. Shot in the right field by Resnick.
Here's what Resnick has done all season long for the Cubs. Pitch him away, you hit it away. Watch him. Stays there, gets out in front just a little bit with his body, but his hands stay back, pushes the ball into right field, and goes right with the pitch.
So now the heart of the order coming up for Dusty Baker's team. Sammy Sosa is lined out to center, walked and scored a run. And a breaking ball, a good one in there from Ortiz. Strike 1. Sammy 3 of 10 in the series with 1 run batted in. Off the end of the bat, fly ball into short right. Bragg broke back, now comes in to get it. When you see a guy like Sosa take a full hack, I would imagine, Steve, your first instinct is to go back.
No question about it. You can't really tell if he's got it off the end of the bat when he hits it at first. You can see here off the end of his bat. Sammy's wife watching the action from the box seats and was hoping that one was hit a little bit further than it was. Bragg broke back on it. Almost didn't look at first like he was going to be able to come in and make the play. And he hustled in and got it. Sosa up there taking it all in.
Now a Alou. He has an infield hit and an RBI double. Ball one down low. And now Ortiz working into the bottom half of the 5th inning. And again, for those of you that weren't with us earlier, Ortiz coming back tonight on 5 days rest. 3 days rest, I beg your pardon. 3 days rest, and he's in the bottom of the 5th inning with a 3-run lead. The Cubs have just 5 hits in the game, and Alou has 2 of the 5. Had a pretty good rip there, fouled it straight back.
Alou still hoping for a fastball middle in, up in the strike zone that doesn't have the good giddy up that Ortiz generally has. Ortiz still throws in the low 90s. That is not, by today's standards, a fireballer at all. Alou hoping that there's a little bit more off of that fastball, considering he's come back after 3 days, and he can elevate one.
Too early in the game for the Cubs to start getting passive on the bases. They have been very aggressive in this series, and again today. It's only the bottom of the 5th inning, and Alou, a guy who handles the bat very, very well, so it's not a big risk by starting the runner as Ortiz turns loose his 76th pitch of the afternoon. Line into left field, a base hit by Alou. Jones over to get it. And slamming on the brakes at second, Grzelcyk. So here come the Cubs, a tying run coming to the plate.
Boy, is Alou all over everything. Watch the balance. We talked about his crazy setup, all knock-kneed. But then when he goes to swing the bat, he's a very short stride, just releases those hands. 2 fingers off the end of the bat. And he's got some serious leverage. He is locked in right now. Finished the season 3 for 30 and turning it around in this divisional series.
Activity for the first time now in the Atlanta bullpen. Kevin Grabowski begins to throw. He'll be joined by the left-hander Ray King, and now Aramis Ramirez takes up an in-ball 1. Ramirez 27 home runs during the regular season. Grabowski, the right-hander, and King now gets up the left-hander. In the Atlanta bullpen, and Leo Mazzoni will come out and visit Ortiz on the mound.
I mean, the reason why Leo Mazzoni is coming out right now is to give those 2 guys in the pen a little bit more time to get ready in case they have to go to them quickly. I think that might have been a little bit of the mistake that the Cubs made, that they did not have guys up and ready in time and maybe left Clement in the game a little bit too long.
Ortiz only at the 77 pitch mark.
This makes that 181 pitches in the last 4 days.
Ramirez 0 for 2. Twice has popped up to Franco at first base. Huge cut there and fouled it back 1-1.
We've seen Ortiz get away with this a couple times. Pitch is not in the location he wanted it. You see, that pitch was supposed to be low and away from Ramirez. It sailed up in the strike zone, and he just fouled it straight back. Nice sign right there. The Pirates gave him half this team.
2-1 on Ramirez. Told you he had 27 home runs during the regular season. 15 of those came after the trade from the Pirates to the Cubs in his 63 games wearing a Cub uniform. pulled the string on him there. 2-2.
This one took a little bit off of this. Location still not great. You see where Lopez is set up, but that ball's right down the middle again. Ortiz has had a little bit of trouble locating the breaking ball. That's a fastball. Lou hit a big breaking ball.
Ground ball to short. For a call. For one, throw to first, double play ends the inning. Giles turned it quickly at second base and a double up Ramirez to end the inning. We move to the 6th at Wrigley Field. The Braves in front by 3.
Come on in, Derek. Derek, I thought we had this thing worked out. I hear you're out dancing, eating, and just carousing with your friends. Is it true you're going out every night?
Absolutely not.
Good.
If you want to enjoy the New York nightlife, bring your Visa card, because Orso, Cheetah, and the Broome Street Bar don't take American Express. Visa, it's everywhere you want to be.
Hey, Derek, we are running late. Sorry.
Gina, check this out. I'm sitting next to your new boyfriend. Don't you just love your new boyfriend?
I do love him.
As long as you're happy.
Picture mail that talks from Sprint. At Sprint stores, choose from a wide selection of picture phones starting at $99.99. Share it when it happens.
Today, more than 250,000 doctors and 75 million patients are redefining modern medicine with WebMD. Practices can attend to the business of medicine with new speed and efficiency. Doctors can continue their medical education without leaving their offices. Patients can monitor their own progress. In countless ways, WebMD is helping doctors and patients to reconnect, and in the process, helping to redefine modern medicine. WebMD, modern medicine.
Let's say this is your car. Nice hardtop. If you drive safely, meaning you do stuff like obey the speed limit, always check your blind spot, and avoid accidents, hey, watch it, lead foot, then Allstate could reward you with something you'll eat right up. Some green. Up to 20% off your insurance bill. It's the Allstate Safe Driver Discount. Call today and find out how you're in good hands with Allstate. Hey, this is for the safe driver. Here you go.
A man once lifted 620 pounds with his teeth. 1 in 20 people have an extra rib. Miller Lite has 70% fewer carbs than Michelob Light. Amazing, huh? Miller Lite. Great taste, less filling.
Marcus Giles turning the double play nicely to end the Cubs' 5th inning as it's fouled away by Russ Ortiz.
You want to be a second baseman? As soon as you catch the ball right there, you have 6'3", 220 barreling in on you. You let it go. You know you're going to get crushed. Get up in the air so you don't get hurt. 5'8" and 180 pounds. Maybe the toughest guy on the field, Marcus Giles. Pretty close at the end of that double play ball. Ramirez hustling down the line. Got him by a smidgen. Well, the umpiring in this postseason has been outstanding everywhere.
2-1 to Ortiz. And grounded down to Ramirez at third. 1 away. Here is today's WebMD health report. Told you about Gary Sheffield. He has struggled in this postseason against the Cubs, but out of the lineup today with that hand injury after getting hit by Mark Pryor's fastball last night. And you can't forget about Corey Patterson. What a year he was off to this season.
That was Dusty Baker letting him be the person that he is. He's still a young kid, early 20s. Tore the ACL and the meniscus tendon, was operated on in late July, and that was the reason they went out and got Kenny Lofton to play center field in his absence. The kid was on the way to a breakout season. Hitting right at 300, 13 home runs, 55 RBIs. He had 16 stolen bases as well.
Cubs trailing 4-1. Antonio Alfonseca on in relief of Matt Clement. He retired the only batter he faced in the 5th inning, with Atlanta scoring 3 times in that inning, leaving 2 men on base. And he's ahead of for a call with one away here in the 6th.
Maybe Furcal should have had 2 strikes on him on that play. He fouls it off, and then Giles fouled it off too. Waiting for it over on the on-deck circle.
That's why you got to be alive down there in that on-deck circle.
Yes, you do. Put one in your ear hole real quick.
Fonseca wanted the call, so too did the crowd. 2-2 on for a call, who's been on twice in a game. Walk, stole a base in the 3rd, single to right in the 5th. Four runs, 8 hits for Atlanta, 1 run, 6 hits for Chicago. Each team has left 7 men on base. Broken bat roll to Grzelcyk, 2 away. We asked Bobby Cox before the game, would he bring John Smoltz on for a 2-inning save if the situation presented itself. He said that generally he waits until the game gets started to check in with Smoltz about a 2-inning save. A 1-inning save, it's not even debatable.
He's giving him the ball. I just love the way that when you talk to Bobby Cox in the meetings that we have before the game, each and every game, how matter-of-fact he is with his answers. Just tells you what he's thinking. Doesn't beat around the bush with anything.
Fisted into right field, a 2-out single by Giles.
Giles shooting one there into right field. Cox absolutely said, hey, we're going to give some credit to the pitchers of the Chicago Cubs so far in this series, but bottom line, we just haven't been hitting the ball all that hard. We're not making a lot of big outs. That's a kid that takes a big swing.
It's going to be all for Antonio Alfonseca. They have the former Brave, Mike Remlinger, in the bullpen. He'll come on to turn around Chipper Jones. 1 on, 2 out, top of the 6th inning. And the Braves lead 4-1.
Miller Lite is half the carbs of Bud Light. Miller Lite is a third less carbs than Coors Light. Miller Lite is the gold medal winner of the World Beer Cup. Now that's great taste. Let's go in.
I used to take Tylenol, but now I get relief 15 minutes faster on tough pain with Advil Liquid Gels. Advil Liquid Gels rush relief 15 precious minutes faster. How great is that? Advil, 15 minutes faster.
It's the home of beer, football, dairy, and now, Wednesday night comedy. This fall, Wisconsin is where the laughs live.
You're allergic to eggs.
Hey, pretty lady. Like what you see?
That 70 Show, followed by Norm Macdonald in the premiere of the new series, A Minute with Stan Hooper.
Look, honey, it's your head made out of cheese.
Holy Lord. Wednesday nights, come for the laughs, stay for the cheese.
Join me? Don't smoke, sir.
Oh, it's string cheese.
I can't eat this. I'm lactose intolerant.
What's the worst that could happen?
Cardiac arrest. I could die, sir.
Come on, one little piece.
A Minute with Stan Hooper, after that 70 Show, beginning Wednesday, October 29th on Fox.
You were under with Salazar for 6 months. I know what they did to you. I didn't lose a year of my life to arrest some drug dealer. Are we clear?
Concerned about you, Jack. Things you did to get me here. It'll never be the same.
On October 28th.
Someone close to Salazar is demanding his release. If we don't comply, he's threatening to initiate an outbreak of a very deadly virus.
This kid's walking around with a bag of cocaine that's got the virus in it. We need to find him and stop him from putting it into circulation.
Chase, we got a runner!
The first wave of attack will be terror.
The damage to this country will be catastrophic.
The last line of defense will be him.
Just do it now!
Kiefer Sutherland, 24. The season premiere, Tuesday, October 28th on Fox. Presented without commercial interruption by the next Ford F-150.
This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Commissioner of Baseball and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without express written consent.
4-1 ball game. Atlanta in front of the Cubs here. Game 4 of this National League Division Series, with the Cubs leading this series 2-1. And now on to pitch the former Brave, Mike Remlinger. Solid year for Remlinger, nowhere close to his all-star season last season, wearing a Braves uniform.
Still awfully tough, especially on the left-handed hitters. Jones jumps over and hits right-handed where he doesn't have nearly as much power. Still a 300 hitter from the right side. 2 of his 27 homers, only 2 of his 27 homers came from the right side. And of course earlier today we saw him hit one to dead center field here, left-handed. They used to say about that, if I had a swing like that and I put it in my backyard, that is a pretty swing, boy.
And he's had it all the way growing up back to his days outside of Jacksonville, Florida.
You know, you think of guys like that, like Will Clark and Rafael Palmeiro, Chipper Jones, guys that just swing so easy through the hitting zone. Mark Grace in his prime, not as much power, but the same fluid motion. John Olerud.
Ken Griffey Jr.
Ken Griffey is right. It's almost effortless as they, you know, put the power of that swing through the hitting zone, and the ball just jumps off their bat.
3-1 to Chipper Jones with Giles at first and 2 away here in the 6th. Borderline strike there. Jones didn't like it. Full count. And Giles will get started.
Well, down and away. We haven't been down there all night long. Nasty pitch. Maybe got away with one, did Remlinger.
And he has walked Chipper Jones. The inning continues for Javier Lopez. Lopez 1 of 3 in the game, single to right center in the 2nd inning, has since popped to first and grounded out to short. Dave Beers begins to loosen in the Cub bullpen.
People might be wondering, why is Remlinger in there to face all the right-handers? You look at the numbers right there, he's tougher on them.
Have left 7 men on base in the last 4 innings, and they're knocking on the door here in the 6th. A single by Giles, a walk to Chipper, and the 1-0. A fastball on the outside corner to even the count.
Tom, when you talk about the difference in Remlinger's seasons between last year for the Braves, where he had an all-star year, and this year, which was solid, at the number of walks in 69 innings. He walked 39 guys, walked Chipper Jones. When you're a 1-inning pitcher, and he's not necessarily, as we talked about, a left-handed specialist. He doesn't just come in and get lefties, facing 2 righties here in this inning. He's a 1-inning pitcher. If you walk guys and then give up hits and have big innings, that's where your ERA goes through the roof. This year with the Braves, did not walk that many hitters.
Giles at second, Chipper Jones on at first, 2 away in the inning. 2-1 to Javier Lopez. Off-speed pitch and had Lopez way out in front of it. 2-2.
Style of my own.
Don't miss it.
Russ Ortiz climbs the hill, takes a ball, last to the 6th inning. Braves leading 4-1. Atlanta trying to head back home tomorrow night for Game 5. Pretty solid effort by Ortiz so far.
Well, Bobby Cox said he was his bulldog of the staff, and he has been every bit of that so far today.
That ball smoked into left field, and it is gone.
Carroll still the all-time Los Angeles Dodger home run king. Nobody in LA has hit more home runs than that man right there. This is a hanging breaking ball, and Carroll jumps all over it. That's just a line shot out of this yard. But there's not a guy in this ballpark that's having more fun than he is in these playoffs. He's said it's been unbelievable for him to be in the playoffs in a Cub uniform. Great balance through the swing. Kevin Kennedy always talks about the power V of a guy that can hit the ball out of the park. He had that working for him.
And remember now, the 6th inning is where the wheels fell off for Russ Ortiz in Game 1. He allowed 4 runs to the Cubs in that 6th inning on Tuesday night. And he's falling behind Gonzalez. 3-0, and all of a sudden, electricity in the air at Wrigley Field. And here comes Bobby Cox.
Eric Carroll's, his real name is Karakatsonis, a Greek name. His father changed it while living in Brooklyn. You imagine his son playing for the LA Dodgers.
Now this is big.
Now's the best time to buy wireless phones and accessories during the big sale at Radio Shack.
It's so big. It's
the LG VX6000 camera phone. Take, send, and personalize pictures. Just $149.99 after a $50 Radio Shack mail-in rebate.
It doesn't get any bigger than this.
The big sale. Now at Radio Shack. You've got questions, we've got answers.
I got a question for the folks at Radio Shack. Who's in charge of spelling around here?
You've been waiting to do this for years. Don't let arthritis pain keep you from not starting a little something, not making your move, not getting physical, not putting it together, not spicing things up, not loving the moment, not going for it all the way. Grab some Tylenol arthritis pain with the time-release formula for continuous all-day relief. It's the Tylenol for arthritis pain, because not playing is not an option.
KFC's popcorn chicken is back, and it's bigger and better than ever. Big, juicy pieces of all-white breast meat, now with fewer crumbs. Get a party size for just $6.99 or an individual size for just $1.99. New, bigger, better popcorn chicken, only from KFC. Create and direct your own TV commercial. Visit KFC.com.
Okay, 2 blades are better than 1, and 3 blades are better than 2. And that's as good as it gets, right? Wrong. The new Schick Quattro has the power of 4 blades and 2 conditioning strips, which makes Quattro unlike any other razor. And those 4 blades give you an incredibly close, smooth shave. So your 5 o'clock shadow shows up late. 4 blades. Where will it stop? Here. Schick Quattro, the power of 4.
Oh, I should have used Preparation H.
Cool it fast with new Preparation H Cooling Gel. Now with vitamin E and aloe. Cools on contact for fast relief. New Preparation H Cooling Gel with vitamin E and aloe.
Bobby Cox turns it over to his bullpen here in the 6th inning of a 4-2 game. Ray King on to face a pinch hitter Doug Glanville batting for Paul Bacco. And Glanville, first pitch hack and fouls it away. Glanville, originally a #1 pick by the Cubs out of the University of Pennsylvania, went to Philadelphia, Texas, and now back.
Russ Ortiz's day is over. Did a nice job on 3 days.
home run by Queiroz has brought the Cubs within 2, and then Ortiz walked Alex Gonzalez on 4 pitches. Exit Ortiz, enter Ray King. And this has been, at times, a shaky Atlanta bullpen this season, trying to get the ball to their closer, John Smoltz.
Good speed on the bases and at the plate for the Cubs. Glanville didn't bounce into a double play for his entire time here with the Cubs, just 2 times all season long.
And this might be a double play here. There's one, and it is a double play. How about that?
It's exactly what King wanted him to do, hit the ball hard at one of my infielders. Sweet pick right there by Furcal. Nice flip over to Marcus Giles. Giles, an easy throw on to first, and that's not even close. Ortiz saying that's a little help.
Damian Miller announced as a pinch hitter. And Grabowski will come on from the Atlanta bullpen. We'll be back.
A friendly baseball rivalry.
Oh, but the Giants.
Turns deadly. Police say they know who pulled the trigger, but they need your help to get him off the streets.
He will be caught.
America's Most Wanted. All new. 9/8 Central tonight on Fox. Somewhere aboard this ship, something terrible is about to happen. Today, the Blue family will become poor.
This police boats?
Securities and Exchange Commission.
They have boats?
They are going to keep Dad in prison. Also, they're going to have to put a halt in the company's expense account. Interesting. I would have expected that after they're keeping Dad in jail.
From Ron Howard and Imagine Television comes the story of a family who lost everything and the one son sane enough to pull them through.
I'm the older brother. I should be in charge.
You even want to be in charge?
No!
Arrested Development.
No touching! No touching! No touching!
Sunday, November 2nd on Fox. It began last summer.
He's not a criminal mastermind. He's a kid who has nowhere to go.
It became a sensation.
We want you to be part of the family.
This is supposed to be a community that welcomes outsiders.
We're from different worlds.
That's not true.
Where it's going
I would never do anything to hurt Marissa.
is anyone's guess.
You're not going to get the chance because you're never going to see her again. You're sending me to a mental institution.
On October 29th, the OC is back on a new night.
We were always one mistake away from someone taking you from us.
With all new episodes.
I'm not afraid of your mom.
Well, I am.
The OC returns on a new night. Wednesday, October 29th on Fox.
Monday, October 20th, Fox will introduce a real American cowboy to a group of European women.
Oh, he's good looking.
Tell them he's worth $80 million in oil.
I'm sure I'm gonna like his lifestyle.
And invite them to win his heart.
He's rich. He's very rich.
Does anyone know how to say sucker in French? The next Joe Millionaire. Diplomats are standing by.
A run home here in the Chicago 6th inning on a home run by Queiroz. Ray King comes on, gets a double play ground ball off the bat of Doug Glanville, and now Kevin Grabowski, who has appeared in each of the 4 games of this series. He gave up a run here last night, 2-0.
One of the weak spots for this Cubs ball club all season long has been pinch hitting. All season long, 155 off the bench.
2-1 to Damian Miller.
If you talk to most guys who have to do that for a living, they'll tell you one of the hardest things in the world to do. Of course, they did have one of the best ever, Lenny Harris, in this organization, and they released him during the season. Picked up by the Marlins.
And Lenny Harris's Florida Marlins will await the winner of this series in the National League Championship Series after the Braves, or rather the Marlins, lost Game 1 to Jason Schmidt and the Giants. They won 3 in a row to eliminate the Western Division champions earlier today. Miller gone swinging, and that'll end the inning. Excellent work out of the Atlanta bullpen. Queiroz a home run to start things here in the 6th off Ortiz. But it's 4-2. We're back after a word from your local Fox station.
attack will be terror.
It's on a body that's been infected.
The last line of defense will be him.
Just do it now!
24's most intense season yet premieres October 28th. Presented without commercial interruption by the next Ford F-150.
Add energy savings around your home's entry with a Larson Storm and Screen Door from Menards. The Vista Split View Door has an extra thick overlapping door frame to seal out the cold. Just $169. Get the best for your home with right locks. You can't buy a better lock for the money. Featuring solid brass construction with a total lifetime warranty. These bright brass entry sets are $28.99 each after $5 rebate. Lock in to low prices at Menards.
Save big money at Menards.
Is it a marvel of engineering? A triumph of technology? Or a new benchmark of design? Yes. Introducing the new LS from Lexus.
Home loans confused Julie. What are points and escrow, she'd wonder. Then she went to Washington Mutual. They explained the process step by step. Now Julie's never confused.
And the answer is...
Basal ganglia.
basal ganglia.
I'll take it. And I don't need the extended warranty. So when you say it's not you, it's me, you're really saying it's me.
Exactly.
Do you want the snow pea?
Nice work, Julie. Nice work.
He relies on it. She relies on it. More and more people every day count on Verizon Wireless, the company that gives you America's largest, most reliable wireless network. And now you can also get unlimited night and weekend minutes to use coast to coast when on an America's Choice calling plan. Plus, you'll find a great selection of cool Motorola phones on sale now, so you can stay in touch with all the people you know. Verizon Wireless, we never stop working for you.
Can you hear me now?
Good. Tom, here's a great shot of the pitch that Carroll's hit the home run ball on. Watch the ball spin. It's a curveball. His hand is right here. You're looking for elevation of the pitch. If this was a fastball, you wouldn't see the ball until right there is where it comes out of his hands. Good hitters look for curveballs to elevate, then they sit and unload. And that's what Carroll's did.
That brought the Cubs within a pair, and that's where we stand as we roll on to the 7th inning in Game 4 of this National League Division Series. Atlanta 4, Chicago 2. And now the 4th pitcher brought on by Dusty Baker. The Game 2 loser for the Cubs, Dave Veers. Damian Miller will remain in the game behind the plate. Jones, first pitch swinging, pops it up into foul ground, and it's out of play.
That short hopped the fan, didn't it?
You got to charge that ball.
Yeah, it hit the top of the dugout, then bounced up and hit the guy in the chest. Smothered it. See, Carroll's coming over to get it. He's not going to be able to reach it. Watch the ball hit the top of the dugout. And he still doesn't know where it is. Hit him in the... He tried to stay in front of it. Couldn't make the play.
Come on, big fella. Need a bigger and better effort than that. Taken outside, 1-1. I mean, maybe things turning in the Braves' favor. We had the great play made early on and really an ugly play attempt right there.
Well, it wasn't like that guy doesn't have a big enough chest to get in front of the ball. One more time, Cub fan trying to make the play. That hurts a little bit, and then you can't find the ball. He's looking around saying, that never hit me. I think maybe he was trying to protect that other Cub fan sitting right next to him.
Check swing on a pitch up. They appeal. And no, says Ed Rapuano. 2-2 on Andrew Jones. Who struck out twice, walked and scored in a 3-run fifth.
Tough part of the order for Dave Veers to have to get through right here to keep the Cubs in this ballgame.
Fly ball right field. Sosa still drifting up against the ivy. And has room. moment. Let's send it back to our studios in Los Angeles. Here's Jeannie Zalasko.
And the Twins hosting the party at the thunderous dome, but guess who's making all the noise? The Yankees with the bats and the arm of Roger Clement, who isn't ready to retire just yet. The Yanks could retire the Twins tomorrow on Fox, unless, of course, there's a Game 5 for the Braves and Cubs. Then that's what you'll get, 7:30 Eastern, 4:30 Pacific.
Thank you very much, Jeannie. Jeannie and Kevin Kennedy spending countless hours at our studios the entire week with the postseason underway here on Fox, and we'll have all the action right through the World Series.
Well, that was a nice play to watch. Sammy going back on that ball, almost getting lost in the ivy.
And how about the game that Julio Franco has turned in? He hooks that ball into left field, and Franco aboard for the 4th time. He has 3 singles, a walk, and has scored a run. Playing in place of Robert Fick, who was 0 for 10 in the first 3 games of this series.
Same approach. Franco wanting to go the other way, but he's fooled on that pitch, so he pulls it into left. See him get out front just a little bit. But when you're thinking the other way, when you get fooled on a pitch, you can still dump it into left field. If you're thinking about pulling that pitch, you're going to hit it into the, so far foul into the left field bleachers that it's going to be a foul ball, or you're going to pop it up for an out.
Take a look at our in-game box score for the Atlanta Braves, brought to you by Midas. Chipper Jones with that 2-run home run to break a 1-1 tie in the 5th inning. Castilla knocked in a run in that 3-run 5th. We talked about Franco and the bottom part of this order. Franco now 3 hits. Castilla with a couple of hits as Farnsworth throws in a Chicago bullpen. And Dusty Baker may go to him here. We talked about Veers, who struggled mightily in Game 2, suffered his first career postseason loss. He entered that game with a score tied at 3, but allowed 2 runs on 1 hit and a couple of walks. The big base hit by Mark DeRosa.
Same thing that Leo Mazzoni did for the Braves. Dusty coming out to make the move right now, but making sure Farnsworth is ready.
So the hard-throwing right-hander will come on from the Chicago bullpen. Braves in front, 4-2 in the 7th.
One man controls an empire.
My business is 100% legal.
One man is sworn to destroy it.
Every politician needs a target.
Let's take him down.
And the battle is about to get personal.
His father is the district attorney.
Can you imagine if the press gets a hold of this?
He laid a hand on her, so help you.
You can't tell me not to see him!
From executive producer Jerry Bruckheimer.
You tell your son to keep his filthy hands off my daughter.
Skin premieres Monday, October 20th on Fox.
Someone's threatening to initiate an outbreak of a very deadly virus.
This fall,
The damage to this country would be catastrophic.
hold your breath.
They found a body that's been infected.
We have 2 hours before they release the virus.
I don't negotiate with terrorists.
Because this time,
Open the door!
the terror is contagious.
Just do it now!
What happens next is on you, Jack!
The season premiere of 24, Tuesday, October 28th on Fox. Presented without commercial interruption by the next Ford F-150.
Tomorrow on America's #1 pregame show. In a week filled with controversy, Donovan McNabb discusses how he's gotten back on track.
Forget about it, just move on.
Fox NFL Sunday tomorrow.
Welcome back to the National League Division Series. Game 4, it sold out Wrigley Field in Chicago. A 1-1 game until the Braves came to bat in the 5th inning. They scored 3 times. A 2-run home run by Chipper Jones. A 2-out run scoring single by Vinny Castilla. Russ Ortiz coming back on 3 days rest. The Game 1 loser. Went 5+ innings. Allowed 7 hits, 2 runs. 1 on, 1 out here in the Braves 7th inning. And on the pitch, one of the hardest throwers in all of baseball, Kyle Farnsworth.
Farnsworth noted for getting up there around 100 miles an hour, but in this playoff series we saw him come in and throw a lot of breaking balls to this Braves lineup.
Farnsworth has pitched in the first 2 games of this series, an inning and 2/3 of scoreless baseball. Has entered the game with runners on base in both contests. and has not allowed a run to score. He has only been scored upon once in his last 17 outings.
I would think if they're going to go with the same plan against Castilla, you run fastballs up in that area, you run breaking balls down into that area. There's the fastball. Back him off a little bit, get him conscious of the inside fastball, and then get him out with breaking pitches away. Try to get him to bounce one to short.
Bronco at first, one out here in the Atlanta 7th inning. The coach, as they say in Chicago, the coach.
Coach.
Mike Ditka will sing "Take Me Out to the Ball Game" during the 7th inning stretch.
I think he goes down in history as having sung the worst 7th inning stretch. Maybe he can.
The second worst.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about that. How could I?
Breaking ball fouled back out of play, 1-1. By far the worst in the history of mankind was turned in by none other than Ozzy Osbourne.
How do you not know the words to that song? He wasn't even close. Ditka got through "Take Me Out to the Ball Game" in about 4.3 seconds flat. First time around. Hopefully he'll slow it down.
They had Ryan Sandberg sing here last night. Big swing and a miss on that power fastball from Farnsworth. 1-2 to Castilla.
This is how Castilla can be pitched to. Get it in on his hands. I don't think Dusty Baker thinks that Castilla can still catch up with a real good fastball, and that's certainly what Farnsworth has. Then you throw him breaking balls away and possibly in the dirt and try to get him to chase it.
Fastball up and away, and Castilla gone on strikes.
That is some serious heat right there, Tommy. This is a big country boy rearing back and letting it go.
It must look so good to the hitter because it seems like just about every game I have seen Farnsworth pitch, rarely ever does he throw a pitch in the strike zone. I mean, the two swings and misses here by Castilla, he should be up there with a 3-0 count right now. Instead, he's gone on strikes.
Especially when you pitch up in the strike zone, if you have the good enough fastball to do that, every hitter can see the ball up better than they can see it down. Unfortunately, generally guys will throw harder when it's up in the zone, and it's harder for the hitter to get on top of that pitch and actually put it in play. Looks better, but you can't hit it as easy.
See the numbers. Farnsworth had an outstanding year. Last year was by far his worst season in the big leagues, but really got it turned around. 0-1 to Darren Bragg. On the ground, should end the inning. And it will. 4-2, Atlanta in front. They stand and stretch, and the coach, Mike Ditka, will sing "Take Me Out to the Ball Game."
Please join legendary Bears coach and Hall of Famer Mike Ditka.
Let's show the whole world Chicago has the greatest fans in the world. So, a 1, and a 2, and a 3. Take me out to the ball. Take me out.
Let's see, I've bought yellow pencils, yellow Post-it notes, yellow boxers. Yellow boxers.
$14.
Land courier, air courier, pedicure, reader.
$137.
2 printers, 2 scanners, 2 tutus.
$540. Keeping business expenses separate from personal expenses? Priceless. There are some things money can't buy. For everything else, there's MasterCard. Apply online for the MasterCard business card.
I was working in the garage and I smelled smoke. I quickly determined it was a grease fire. I knew grease fires were different from other type blazes, but I wasn't sure the best way how to handle such a conflagration. So I asked myself, what would Jared do?
I'd get a veggie delight on wheat, or maybe with the honey oat bread. Sorry, what was your question again?
The Veggie Delight from Subway. Eat fresh.
Well, that's the last of it.
The original rugged Nissan Pathfinder. And coming soon, the new full-size Pathfinder Armada. Pathfinders, countless adventures.
Life got simple the day I plugged into the big brown machine. West Coast overnight, done. China, 48 hours, done. Brown picks it all up together and delivers it all on time. And with their global tracking system, I get the proof. It isn't that I'm not a trusting person. Yes, it is.
International Overnight Ground. Synchronized. UPS. What can Brown do for you?
The Division Series on Fox, brought to you by UPS. What can Brown do for you? Bottom of the 7th inning on a chilly fall night in October. We're at Wrigley Field, Chicago. The Cubs trail 4-2. Top of the order coming up against the new Atlanta right-hander. Hard-throwing Jarrett Wright.
This is a guy that burst onto the scene with the Cleveland Indians. Has had arm problems, has bounced around, throws in the mid-90s consistently, but either can't throw strikes or gets hammered when he does.
Just goes to show you what a funny game baseball is. Jarrett Wright on the mound for the Cleveland Indians in the 1997 World Series against the Florida Marlins. There's a bouncing ball to short, and Furcal will throw out Lofton. Had someone told you when this season began that Jarrett Wright would be pitching in the Division Series for anybody, San Diego or Atlanta, with all the arm troubles that he has had through the last 3 years, someone has said you're crazy. Many more would have said you're crazier had you said the Marlins would be in the postseason for the first time since 1997. Funny game. Strike one to Grzelcyk.
The problem's always been with Wright is he has a very straight fastball, not a lot of movement on it, even though it's 95. Guys can sit on that and hit it. Great move by John Scherholtz and this organization to take a flyer on him, get him under the tutelage of Leo Mazzoni, and see if they can't straighten him out. Because if they do, you still have a young kid that throws mid-90s, and if you can get his mechanics straightened out, get his head squared on, and get him to hit corners, he could still be very, very good.
0-2. Fastball away. Grzelcyk, 1-2, is walked, bounced to the mound, single to right. Canane and Roberto Hernandez getting loose in the Atlanta bullpen. So the answer about John Smoltz in a 2-inning save situation perhaps has been answered. Perhaps. Tap to the right side. And Franco will feed right at the bag and quickly 2 away. Boy, Steve, you hit the nail on the head. It's not always the big blockbuster free agent signee that you make, or, you know, the 9-player 3-way trade that has to get all the headlines. Sometimes a subtle move like getting a guy like Jarrett Wright off waivers could pay off for you in the short term, but could have huge impact for you in the long term.
And even look what the Cubs did with the guys like Randall Simon, who they picked up from the Pirates. Kenny Lofton. Simon has more RBIs than any guy on this club in the Cubs in the playoffs so far.
2 down for Sosa, who is 0 for 2. He walked and scored back in the 3rd inning. 2-0. Well, just in case the Cubs are able to rally and pull this one out to clinch their first postseason series since 1908. The police department and fire department out in full force, swinging a foul ball out of play.
I think Wright probably will go with nothing but gas to Sosa. Some question as to whether or not Sammy can still catch up with a real good fastball.
We're in the bottom of the 7th inning of Game 4. 2 down, nobody on for Slammin Sammy. Broken bat roller down to first. What an impressive inning for Jarrett Wright. 3 ground balls in a perfect 7th. We move to the 8th. 4-2 Atlanta.
Can Jimmy play?
Oh, yeah. Jimmy?
Oops.
Can Jimmy come play?
Hi, Derek. Jimmy?
Can Jimmy play?
Jimmy?
Salt Right, Texas. 22-on-2.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. It's my job.
We're in LA's Grand Central Market shopping for great ingredients. Today's recipe starts with a Southwest-style sauce made from tomatoes, onions, poblano peppers. We also want some chicken, the kind you just can't resist when it's fried or grilled. Finally, we need some warm, fresh-baked baguettes to put everything on. What do you know? This isn't going to take as long as I thought.
Introducing the new Santa Fe Chicken Baguette from Burger King. Flavor from fire grilling, not from fat. Come on over. The fire's ready.
Come on in, Derek. Derek, I thought we had this thing worked out. I hear you're out dancing, eating, and just carousing with your friends. Is it true you're going out every night?
Absolutely not.
Good.
If you want to enjoy the New York nightlife, bring your Visa card, because Orso, Cheetah, and the Broome Street Bar don't take American Express. Visa, it's everywhere you want to be.
Hey, Derek, we are running late.
At a time when endless forms and phone calls can come between doctors and patients, one company is bringing them back together. WebMD. More than 250,000 physicians use WebMD to determine insurance coverage, write prescriptions electronically, locate charts, and settle claims with 1,100 health plans. In countless ways, WebMD is helping doctors and patients to reconnect, and in the process, helping to redefine modern medicine. WebMD, modern medicine.
I just want to run away. I do. I'd go anywhere with you.
His father is the district attorney.
He wants to ruin our family. He wants to destroy my business.
Can you imagine what will happen if the press gets a hold of this? They would ruin me. They would ruin you.
Why does it matter who our parents are? You tell your son to keep his filthy hands off my daughter.
Every politician needs a target.
You cannot see this girl again ever.
The rich man's dead.
What have I done?
I love you.
I love you too.
Skinned, a new series, premieres Monday, October 20th on Fox.
Rally caps already out at Wrigley Field.
Well, if you're sitting right in the front row at Wrigley Field, you might end up with a bat in your lap. The broken bat of Sammy Sosa as that thing came flying almost into the seats.
Robert Fick, the pinch hitter, lays down the bunt. Falling Farnsworth from his knees. A throw to first, a collision. The ball jarred loose. And the runner is out at first, but Karros is down and injured.
I think this is a good call. Larry Young, the home plate umpire, came out to make this call, reverse it. First base umpire called him safe originally. Ed Rapuano, Larry Young came down the line and said he made the catch first. Watch the play by Farnsworth from his knees twice. The catch, then he gets nailed by Fick. Not sure why Fick's hand was up in that area.
Well, he looked like he was trying to knock the ball out of his glove.
That doesn't look like a normal stride to me. I mean, that's the kind of thing you can do almost anywhere else on the bases. Run a guy over, try to get in his way, but not necessarily down the first baseline. Can you run a guy over at first base for no reason?
I mean, it's not like that hand was in the air until the very last moment.
When you're sitting here watching the game, it's hard to understand what's in the mind of each player, but that looks like a bad play to me. That looks like an intentional, I'm trying to run you over play, and you just don't do that at first base unless there's a guy in your way, and Karros was not in his way. Farnsworth, very athletic. That throw goes up the line just a little bit, but there was no reason for Fick's hand to be anywhere in the area of Karros' glove.
I couldn't agree with you more, Steve. Again, we don't know, but it looks like a dirty play.
You know, he's not really stumbling into the bag. He's clearly reaching out into the area of Eric Karros in the glove. And yeah, I don't like that. Fick has had that type of reputation in his career so far. A little history of fighting. A tough, fiery guy that the Braves were interested in acquiring because of that. His fiery nature. You want a little bit of that in the clubhouse. A guy that's a go-getter, but you don't need dirty baseball.
Well, they're checking out Farnsworth now more so than Eric Karros.
Rib cage.
I don't know, they're looking at his arm.
Well, it clearly was an awkward throw. He was on his knees and still slipping as he let that ball go. See Farnsworth slipping, feet going out from under him, grabbing the ball. Now he's off balance trying to make that throw. Oh, what a great play that was. A nice call by the umpires, too, to get this call right. Ed Rapuano at first base does not see the catch because of the collision. Larry Young comes up the line as the home plate umpire and said he caught the ball first, he's out, then the collision, the ball came out, and they got the play right.
Farnsworth going to have to leave the game. Take a look and a listen. Well, thankfully, Eric Karros is all right. If we get any report about Kyle Farnsworth, we'll let you know ASAP. Take a look at our game summary brought to you by Nissan. Russ Ortiz coming back on 3 days rest. We told you Bobby Cox 18 times during the postseason has brought a starting pitcher back on 3 days rest. The team record in those 18 games, 6-12, but right now Ortiz in line to get a win. It's been a good day for Moises Alou. Chipper Jones broke a 1-1 tie with a 2-run home run in the 3-run fifth. The Cubs got a run back in the 6th inning on a home run by Karros. And it's 4-2 with Atlanta batting. 1 out and nobody on here in the 8th. The new pitcher is left-hander Mark Guthrie, and he will get as much time as he needs to get loose on the mound due to the injury to Kyle Farnsworth. So while we have a moment, Major League Baseball is giving away World Series tickets for life and other great prizes. Winning hologram numbers will be announced during games 1 through 4 of the 2003 World Series here on Fox. Visit your neighborhood Radio Shack store for your chance to win. Boy, that is indeed the ultimate pass. World Series tickets for life. Only Steve Lyons has a set of those.
I wish. I'd be one of those guys that when I found out I won, I'd be so happy about it, I'd have a heart attack and die. I wouldn't be able to use any of them.
Full day of the NFL on Fox tomorrow, and then we remind you that tomorrow night, if there is a Game 5 at Turner Field in Atlanta, we'll have it for you here on Fox. The scheduled pitching matchup would be Kerry Wood for Chicago. Mike Hampton would go for Bobby Cox and the Braves. If the Cubs rally and win this game and win the series, then we will have Game 4 of the Yankees and Twins from the Metrodome in Minneapolis. Well, both the pitchers that would get the ball in Game 5, should there be one, had solid efforts. Wood in Game 1, Hampton Game 2 for Atlanta.
Yeah, and Hampton just got off to that poor start and then settled down and dazzled after that. And Kerry Wood in Game 1 was just nothing short of spectacular. That's a horse right there.
Whoa. So's that fella who went last night.
Well, you watched that game last night, and Mark Pryor, to me, throws his slider on a different plane than anybody else does. You have to release that ball above your shoulder, no question. We talked a little bit about that in this game where we saw the release of the breaking ball that Carroll's hit out for a home run. But Pryor's slider, to me, comes in on a plane much lower than anybody else's. And it's hard for me to understand whether he stretches out, reaches way out farther than most pitchers do. But it seems like that thing starts off at your knees and then ends up in the dirt and you're swinging at it. Tremendous pitcher.
Now, before he go any further, Guthrie is ready. I got to ask you this. Are you a little surprised with a 2-run lead, the way Jared Wright went through that 8th inning, that Bobby Cox took him down for a pinch hitter trying to get one more inning from his bullpen before he goes to John Smoltz?
For two reasons. Because you do have the lead in this game, and because the Braves have always had a struggle getting to Smoltz. If I got a guy out there pitching in 7th that does a great job, I got to let him go out there for the 8th to get the ball to John Smoltz. There have not been defined roles in that bullpen for the 6th, 7th, and 8th inning.
We see the turnaround since putting on an Atlanta uniform for Jared Wright. Much of that credit certainly has to go to Leo Mazzoni. I mean, we've been talking about Leo Mazzoni for years and years and years, but he backs it up. He gets results.
Gets tremendous results, and his starters and his pitchers don't miss games.
Swing and a miss by Raphael for a pull. And again, if we get any report on Farnsworth, we will let you know. He pitched a perfect inning in relief. Down the right field line, Sosa getting chased. Sammy's
Tommy, early in Sammy's career, he had the ability to be a Gold Glove outfielder. He has not been that for a long time, but boy, you can see him stepping it up a notch defensively in these playoffs. We're watching Sammy play the outfield like we have not seen him play for a number of years now.
Now Marcus Giles with 2 down and nobody on. Ball 1 low and away. If you're looking ahead to the bottom of the 8th inning, it'll be Alou, Ramirez, and Karros coming up. Foul out of play. Double barrel action again in the Atlanta bullpen. We mentioned Wright has already been taken down as a pinch hitter. The right-hander is Will Canane. And the left-hander, the rookie left-hander, Horatio Ramirez, who was in the starting rotation for the Braves all season. What a rookie year he had.
Nasty stuff. The Braves this season, during the regular season, were 3-1 here in Chicago. The one loss they had was a Clement Ramirez matchup.
3-1 to Giles. Ramirez finished the season so strong, which made many scratch their head as to why he did not get the ball in this game 4 here today. In September, went 3-0 with an ERA of under 2.5.
From April 15th, he went 11-2. He's getting it done.
Ball 4 away to Marcus Giles, and he's on base for the second time. And the inning continues for Chipper Jones.
Giles with that deep thigh bruise is not an injury that would really prevent him from running. It's one of those things that hurts all the time but doesn't prevent you from doing anything. It's 14 stolen bases on the year. He's always been a guy that will pick and choose his spots to run. 2 outs and Jones up. Not a bad opportunity to put himself in scoring position if he can. Guthrie with the pickoff move right there. Giles was about 2 steps off of first base. The thing you worry about as a left-handed pitcher is a guy that will act like he's not going anywhere and then attempt to steal on your first move. I mean, that is not a lead right there. Would you be too worried about him? And I think that's what Guthrie's thinking about. Make sure he throws over there a couple times, lets Giles know that he's thinking about it.
Chipper Jones. Well, Dusty Baker not going to fool around here with Mark Guthrie. I mean, he's going to allow him to face Chipper Jones as Larry Rothschild, the pitching coach, will come out and visit with his left-handed Guthrie. But, I mean, obviously the Cubs playing at home, you know, they don't have to wait around for their closer to come on and try and get the save. I mean, they can win it, obviously, in their final at-bat. And with that in mind, Joe Borowski is getting loose down in that bullpen in a hurry.
Larry's out there really to talk to Guthrie to say, look, okay, you threw over there a couple times. Giles knows you're thinking about him. He's not getting a great lead over there. You have to get the hitter right here.
Here's today's Sprint virtual manager results. Who has the best pitching staff? And the Cub fans coming out in full force. Now there is a real surprise.
Overwhelmingly. I think there's a few Cub fans out there watching this game right now.
Just a couple. 2-0 on Chipper Jones. Big pitch. And Chipper takes it on the outside corner. 2-1. Just a beautiful October night here in the Windy City. Two and two.
Boy, that section of the ballpark has made some tremendous plays on foul balls. There's been about 5 of them right in the same area. And that's got the fans cheering a little bit now.
Two and two with 2 out and 1 on.
See 2 guys in the heat of battle having a little bit of fun down there at first base.
Bounces up there and a late break by Giles, but he'll coast into second base. Damian Miller able to knock that ball down with his chest protector. But Giles picked it up immediately.
That's some kind of reaction. This ball does not bounce very far away from Miller, but Giles looks down there and realizes he doesn't know where the ball is. Taken off as soon as it's in the dirt.
Jones may not the same thunder from the right side as the left, but he hit over 300 from each side of the plate.
Big pitch. On any ball hit to the outfield here, Giles will score for 2 reasons. 2 outs, and the Cubs' arms might be, with the exception of Sammy Sosa, who still has a very strong arm, but not necessarily very accurate, maybe the worst collectively in all of baseball. They were 29th this year in outfield assists with just 16. Richard Hidalgo had 22 himself for the Astros this season. You're not throwing anybody out.
In the air, left center field. Moises Alou drifting back to the wall at the ivy. Goodbye. And Chipper Jones has hit his second 2-run home run of the game. And what a blow that is for the Atlanta Braves.
We talked about it, and we said, how long can you hold this guy down? 100 RBIs in 8 straight seasons. Just his 3rd home run from the right side, but still, point of contact, that is so sweet. He is just letting the bat head do all the work. He lifts it up into the air. There's a little bit of breeze going out. Then I love the way Chipper runs around the bases. It's like he can't quite get turned around. A little bit sideways the whole way around the bases.
Jones, a 21st player in Division Series play with a 2-homer game. Fouled away by Lopez, strike 1. Chipper Jones came into this one 1 of 11. He flied out to center his first time up. He walked in the 3rd, broke a 1-1 tie with a home run to left center field in the 5th, walked in the 6th, 2-run blast here in the 8th.
You know, Tommy, you look for your big-time players to come up big-time when their back's against the wall. You lose this game, you go home, and then there's a lot of questions about the Braves and who they are after 12 straight division championships and not being able to win but 1 World Series. Chipper Jones can keep people from asking that question at least for 1 more game.
That one down the right field line off the bat of Lopez. It'll drop fair into the corner. Lopez making a turn. And he will coast in with a double. So Guthrie retired the first batter he faced after the injury to Kyle Farnsworth. But then a 2-out walk to Marcus Giles, a 2-run home run to Chipper Jones, and now a double by Javi Lopez, and the inning rolls on for Andrew Jones. Juan Cruz throwing now in the Chicago bullpen as Borowski has taken a seat.
If you're looking ahead to the Cubs, when they come up, they do have 31 come from behind victories this season. The Braves led the major leagues in that category with that potent offense they have with 51. Once again, the home run from Chipper, bat head through the zone. Not sure if he got enough of it to get out of here, kind of watching it down the line. It's a player right there.
And you saw Jones, the first player in Division Series history to have a pair of 2-homer games. Also did so in October of 1995 against Colorado.
Here's what I'm talking about, Chipper Jones. A little style running the bases, like he can't quite get straightened out. Like you're thinking he's so sideways he might run all the way into right field.
It's almost like Jeffrey Leonard and one flat down.
Yeah, not quite that bad.
No, not that bad. Soft one hopper to the second baseman, and that'll end the inning. But a big inning for Atlanta. A 2-run rally. A walk to Giles. A home run by Jones. 6-2 Braves.
what life strips away. The 245 horsepower V6 Nissan Altima quickly restores.
Introducing Taco Bell's new spicy chicken burrito. Packed with shredded chicken, simmered in Mexican spices, loads of seasoned rice, and zesty fiesta salsa. It's a little spicy. Taco Bell's new spicy chicken burrito, just $1.29. To get your fill of this satisfying thrill, think outside the bun.
You know, some interesting facts about Delaware, guys. It was the first state to ratify the Constitution. Thank you, forefathers. Man, am I glad we wrote that thing up. Each article, I mean, we'll cover all the articles, but North Carolina. Horse population of 220,000. A lot of hoofs, too, almost 1 million. A lot of hay. What is hay, exactly? Is it wheat? I dated a girl named Georgia. Had to break
For
it
when
off,
you
though.
need it most, our longest-lasting Energizer Max ever.
Yeah, after that, I told myself,
Do you have the bunny
I am
inside?
not dating girls named after states. You're all gonna die.
Hello? Is anybody home?
The Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Rated R. In theaters October 17th.
The Division Series on Fox, brought to you by Nissan and your Nissan dealer. By MasterCard. There are some things money can't buy. For everything else, there's MasterCard. By Taco Bell, where you can spice up the night. And by Radio Shack, official sponsor of Major League Baseball. A beautiful night in Chicago. But things have not gone the Cubs' way so far in Game 4 as they trail the Braves 6-2. Popped up, and a catch made by Marcus Giles. One pitch and one out. Let's send it downstairs to Chris Myers.
Just following up on Kyle Farnsworth, the Cub pitcher who made the play at first. He suffered a jammed right knee. The trainer of the Cubs, David Tump, is saying they're going to keep an eye on it. They're not sure if they're going to have any further test tomorrow. They're not sure if Farnsworth's availability for a Game 5, if there is one, but a jammed right knee on that play. Tom?
Great to have Chris Myers with us here tonight. And Chris, thank you very much for that update on Kyle Farnsworth. That's a big injury.
It is a big injury if it's serious, and it's a little strange because we thought they were holding his elbow or maybe his side. I didn't think it was his knee at all.
Round is fouled by Aramis Ramirez. Now taking over on the mound, right-hander Will Kinane.
This is a guy that's done a nice job for the Braves out of the bullpen, keeps the ball in the ballpark, doesn't walk guys, gets some strikeouts.
Ramirez in the game 0 for 3. Fouled out to first, popped up to first, and bounced into a big double play when the Cubs had 2 on and 1 out in the 5th inning. Strike 3 called. And Kinane has retired the first 2 in the 8th. Let's send it back to Los Angeles. Here's Jeannie Zelasco.
Well, Mother Nature threatened, but they're underway in Boston. Game 4 of the ALDS. The Red Sox held off the A's in order. 1-2-3. Top one. Here comes Johnny Damon with a leadoff double down the left field line. Still no score, bottom 1. Of course, baseball's postseason continues on Fox with what looks to be the decisive Game 5 between the Cubs and Braves. 7:30 Eastern, 4:30 Pacific, only on Fox.
Swung on and fouled out of play. 0-1 to Karros, who homered his last time up. The Cubs are down to their final 4 outs here in Game 4.
I think Eric Karros is happy that his father changed their name. Kara Katsonis. That would have been a tough autograph.
I don't know, though. He'd have been very popular in Greektown right here in Chicago.
I'm sure he is anyway. I'm thinking they know. Him and Gredzelanik on the right side of that infield uses up most of the alphabet with those two names.
That almost looks like a full moon, that Harry Carey caricature out there in right center field. 3-1 on Karros.
Canade has come in here, with the exception of Carroll's following behind 3-1, done exactly what Bobby Cox is asking him to do. Throw strikes, get outs. Get us to Smoltz if we need them.
That ball hammered into left center field, and Karros has gone way back.
Right down Broadway, Canade challenging Carroll, still has home run power, hit just 12 on the season, but remember, was not an everyday player. We talked about the excitement that he has playing in this playoffs, and he's showing it.
Karros, a solo home run in the 6th, solo home run here in the 8th.
There he is. Smoltz.
No, we told you Chipper Jones became the first player in Division Series history to have a pair of 2 home run games. And just like that, Eric Karros becomes the second. He did so back in '95 with the Dodgers. Again, Cincinnati in a 3-game red sweep over L.A. 1-2 on Alex Gonzalez. So a little LDS history here tonight.
Carroll's talked a lot about that in '95. He said, I was still young, thought I was going to get to the playoffs every year. Hadn't been back since. He said, we didn't know. We were so young. We just figured it happened all the time.
Broken bat, 1 hopper it for a call. And that'll end the inning. A solo home run by Karros. The Cubs have not won a game trailing after 8 since September of last year.
This October, a real American cowboy with a fake American Porsche is taking the women of Europe for a ride.
He's worth about $80 million.
Would Fox lie to innocent foreign women who've never heard of Joe Millionaire? Oh, oui.
He's rich.
The next Joe Millionaire, an international affair. Monday, October 20th on Fox.
Eliza Dushku will find her true calling. Thursday, October 30th on Fox.
Tomorrow on America's #1 pregame show. In a week filled with controversy, Donovan McNabb discusses how he's gotten back on track.
Forget about it, just move on.
And Mike Holmgren talks about his return to Green Bay. Fox NFL Sunday tomorrow.
Terrell Owens, star of Dio Dog's Dallas and the feel-good dance fest, Pom Pom. You watched him rewrite the rule book in Sharpie and hung 10 with his thrilling island antics in Hawaii T.O. Now appearing in his most lucrative adventure yet, Contract Year. Fox NFL Sunday doubleheader this week, noon Eastern, 9 Pacific.
Top half of the 9th inning we go at Wrigley Field. The Braves in front 6-3. Couple of changes made by Dusty Baker. Over at first base, Randall Simon takes over for Eric Karros, part of a double switch. And now taking over on the mound, the 7th pitcher used in the game by Dusty Baker, Juan Cruz.
Look at the numbers on Cruz over the season. This guy has a promising future. Electric stuff. They're hoping he'll fill out a little bit as he gets older. He's one of those guys right now that's so skinny he has to run around in the shower just to get wet. Look at him. That's a thin kid out there. Reminds me of Oil Can Boy. Unfortunately for the Cubs, when you look at what happened, the injury to Farnsworth, Guthrie has to come into the game not knowing that he's going to be in the game. Sure, they give you enough pitches to warm up out there, but he goes just 2/3 of an inning, gives up 2 hits, 2 runs. Farnsworth was looking like he had his good stuff. Little twist of fate against the Cubs of the fact that Farnsworth got injured.
3-run ball game. Atlanta bats here in the top of the 9th inning, and what a game it has been for Julio Franco. Got the start in place of Robert Fick, who is hitless in the series. Franco had a couple of pinch hit at bats coming into this one, was 0 for 2. Singled in the 2nd, walked and scored in the 4th, singled in the 5th, singled again in the 7th.
We talk a lot about Franco and the way that he hits, his approach with his hands wrapped way up around his head, a 36-ounce bat he swings. You have to be really, really strong in order to get that bat from there into the hitting zone. Spends a lot of time in the offseason boxing with his brother. He said, if I didn't play baseball, I may have been a boxer. Jesse Garcia, the utility infielder for the Braves, was a Golden Gloves boxer. Asked him if he went a few rounds with Franco. What is it? He said, I don't want to hurt the old man. Garcia was 53 of 55 in his amateur career. That's winning a lot of bouts.
2-2 on Franco. We told you the Cubs, they have the 2nd longest active losing streak when trailing after 8 innings. 64 consecutive times they have lost when trailing at the end of 8, second only to the New York Mets.
The 31 come from behind games clearly didn't happen after the 8th.
Strike 3 ball. Take a look at our All-State good hands defensive play of the game. That double play with 2 on and 1 out in the 5th. Aramis Ramirez about it.
Nice bouncer to short for a call with a nice feed. Giles knew he was going to get hit down there at second base. Hung in there. Turned it over quickly. And completed the double play.
Benny Castilla. A breaking ball away. Castilla, a couple of hits, a run batted in. He knocked in the final run of that 3-run 5th that broke the 1-1 tie. The Atlanta bullpen has been outstanding in relief of Russ Ortiz here today. Ray King came on, got a double play ball off the bat of Doug Glanville. Grabowski got the final out in the 6th. Jarrett Wright with a 1-2-3-7. Canane did give up the solo home run to Karros in the 8th. But by and large, solid relief work, and they'll hand the ball to Smoltz for perhaps a save chance in the bottom of the 9th. We'll see how the top of the 9th goes.
How about the job Russ Ortiz did, taking the ball on 3 days rest for only the 2nd time in his career, keeping that team in this game and giving them the opportunity to win it.
Ball 4 to Castillo. Seventh walk issued by Cub pitching in the game here today. And if you're wondering, 3 of the first 6 batters that were walked scored.
Dusty He talked a lot about it today. He talked a lot about it before the game last night, about this Cub crowd as you see how quiet they are, as you listen now, wanting to get on the board first to keep this crowd in it and alive. A lot of help from this small ballpark and the noise that they make when they're into the game.
And of course the Cubs did jump out in front in this game on the double by Moises Alou in the third inning for a 1-0 lead. But then just like that in the top of the fourth, the Braves tied the game on a walk, a single to Franco and Castillo, and a ground out by Darren Bragg. And the Braves took the lead with a 3-run fifth. 1-2 on Darren Bragg. Matt Franco has moved into the on-deck circle. And he would bat for Canane. Simon will lead off the Cubs bottom of the ninth inning, then Damian Miller, and back to the top of the order with Kenny Lofton. Swinging a miss, strike three to Darren Bragg. Let's send it back to Los Angeles for a game break. Here's Jeannie Velasco.
And more from Fenway after Johnny Damon leadoff double and then a walk. No Marcos Giapara. Head really pounded through, sent the 3-4-5 batters back to the bench with nothing. Damon stranded. And 6 scoreless top 2. Keep in mind tomorrow baseball's postseason continues on Fox with a decisive game 5 from Cubs and Braves, 7:30 Eastern, 4 Pacific on Fox.
Perhaps the curse of the Billy Goat continues for the Chicago Cubs. That ball lifted in the air. Left field. Alou waits and it's out. So the Cubs come to bat last of a ninth inning against one of the premier closers in all of baseball, down 3.
Hi, Jack. You look like hell. What did you just say to me? You were under with Salazar for 6 months. I know what they did to you.
Just mind your own business. I didn't lose a year of my life to arrest some drug dealer. Salazar does business with terrorist cells around the world. Bringing them down is our only objective. Are we clear?
Concerned about you, Jack. The things you did to get me here. You'll never be the same.
Open the door!
On October 28th,
someone close to Salazar is demanding his release. If we don't comply, he's threatening to initiate an outbreak of a very deadly virus.
This kid's walking around with a bag of cocaine and he's got the virus. I need to find him and stop him from putting it into circulation.
Chase, we got a runner!
the first wave of attack will be terror.
I think the Kyle Singer might have been infected.
You are looking at a global disaster.
The last line of defense will be him.
Just do it now!
Sutherland, 24. The season premiere, October 28th on Fox. Presented without commercial interruption by the next Ford F-150.
The summer's biggest sensation, the OC, returns in October to Fox.
Tomorrow on America's #1 pregame show. In a week filled with controversy, Donovan McNabb discusses how he's gotten back on track.
Forget about it, just move on.
And Mike Holmgren talks about his return to Green Bay. Fox NFL Sunday tomorrow.
Bottom of the ninth inning, Cubs come to bat. Down by 3. And John Smoltz will take over on the mound for Atlanta. What a remarkable season again for John Smoltz, his second full year as the Atlanta closer.
He's one of those guys, along with Eric Gagne, that had a shot at breaking the all-time record, single season record for saves held by Bobby Thigpen with the Chicago White Sox. Until he was forced to go to the DL with elbow tendonitis. Still does bother him. They keep a watchful eye over his pitches and what he throws and how many pitches he has to throw.
Randall Simon, first pitch swinging, hits it down the left field line, and Jones in the corner can't get it. Simon into second base with a leadoff double in the Cubs' ninth inning.
There's a little more on that ball than I thought when he hit it, and I think Chipper Jones, too. Jones hasn't played perfectly. Look at him. He's down the line. He looks like he has a beat on this ball, then getting down into that corner, just shying away a little bit and can't get it. He might have alligator armed it a little bit, headed towards that corner and that brick wall covered with ivy. That thing will make you shy away just a little bit, I can tell you.
Bear in mind, Smoltz has pitched in one game in a series, came on in the 8th inning trying to get a 2-inning save, blew the save but got the win. Allowed 2 hits and a run in 2 innings. Did not get a strikeout.
Well, Smoltz throws a very heavy ball, and then he's got the split finger to strike you out. The theory with Smoltz is swing early. He tries to get ahead generally with the fastball. You got to hit him early in the count if you want to hit him.
Fastball fouled out of play by Damian Miller. 1 ball and 1 strike. Damian Miller. Blown away, 2 balls and a strike.
Timeout while Randall Simon there ties his shoes. He ran so fast to second base he almost came out of his shoes. Got to retie him so he can try to score.
Smoltz shaking off Lopez a couple of times, and now the 2-1. Hit hard into right center field, and that ball against the ivy. Randall Simon will score. Miller to second, and the tying run will come to the plate.
That is exactly what the Cubs need in this situation. Trade places on the bases, keep Smoltz in his stretch. Great job of going the other way with that pitch. Smoltz throws in the mid-90s. Both hitters went up there and took him the opposite way. Now you're in position where even a guy like Lofton, if he hits the ball out of the ballpark, you're talking about a brand new ball game.
Ball one away to Lofton, 3 of 10 in his career against John Smoltz. The Cubs are only 2 batters away from bringing Sammy Sosa to the plate here in the bottom of the ninth. 1-1 to Kenny to Lofton. We told you the last time the Cubs won a game when trailing at the end of 8 innings was September the 28th, 2002.
Smoltz so far right now has had a tough time locating his pitches. Watch where Lopez sits up and watch where Smoltz delivers the pitch.
Swing and a miss. A bottom fell out of that pitch. 2-2 to Lofton.
Watch the late movement. Lofton thinks it's a fastball. You see that cutting action. Watch the spin of the ball. Little cut fastball, late movement, gets in on Lofton where he can't reach it.
Full foul.
Same pitch. have to have a tremendous amount of confidence in your ability to place the ball, because that is the type of pitch, cut fastball in on a left-hander. If you leave it out over the plate, it's a perfect wheelhouse pitch for Kenny Lofton to hit. Not known for hitting home runs, just 12 on the season, but he can, and that's a pitch that will get hit out of the park if you miss location with it. You got to get it in if you want to go in there.
Swing and a miss, and Lofton gone on strikes for the first out here in the Cubs' 9th inning.
Ball down in the strike zone, and Lofton just swinging right through it.
Now Grzelcyk, 7 of 33 in his career against Smoltz. And Smoltz threw a fastball right by him, strike one. Smoltz as a starter, one of the best pitchers in postseason history. But now he's in the playoffs for a second straight year as a closer. He blew his first save chance in this series in Game 2. Popped up. Should be the second out. Giles underneath it. And it is, and here we go. The Cubs are down 2. Sammy Sosa comes to the plate with a runner aboard.
After Smoltz blew the save in Game 2, he got the win, which made him the winningest postseason pitcher ever with 13. He had been tied with Tom Glavine.
Sosa in his career 6 of 41 against Smoltz without a home run.
Sammy Sosa on this pitch right here will be looking dead red, and he'll come out of his shoes. If you're John Smoltz, you have to decide on whether or not you want to throw him a fastball here or take the chance of going down 2 balls and no strikes.
Sosa the tying run with 2 away here in the last of the 9th inning. The Cubs trailing 6-4.
Sonia Sosa right here, D.B. Sweeney, John Cusack, all huge Cub fans. D.B. Sweeney, of course, played shoeless Joe Jackson in the movie 8 Men Out. John Cusack was Buck Weaver, the third baseman on the Black Sox team.
Sosa digging in, waving the bat once, and now a second time and a third. The 1-0 pitch coming from Smoltz. Fastball blazing with pinpoint control on the outside corner of strike. Told you, Sammy, never a home run against John Smoltz in 41 career at-bats. Smoltz has struck him out 18 of the 41 at-bats.
Smoltz keeps the ball where he threw that last pitch, Sammy won't hit a home run off of him.
Tried the fastball away again, and Smoltz upset that he missed the strike zone. 2-1.
All right, look at all the flashes as Sammy hits in the 9th inning. I didn't think anybody had any flash bulbs left.
You know, you almost wonder as Bobby Cox comes out of the dugout after Smoltz threw that last pitch. Was he grimacing in pain, or was he upset at missing with that fastball away? And I think Bobby Cox wants to make sure.
Well, he's upset because Bobby Cox, if he thought he was hurt, he'd go to the umpire and say, I want to talk to my pitcher and make sure he's okay, and then he could go out there and talk to him without it being charged as a trip to the mound. And Cox didn't do that.
And the Atlanta bullpen springs to life. Long-time closer Roberto Hernandez begins to throw. The Cubs have not won a postseason series since 1908. The Braves trying to get out of here with a 2-game split. Swing and a miss. 2-2 to Sammy.
Ooh, that was the best pitch that Sammy has seen in this at-bat, best opportunity for him to hit a home run. He had a home run swing, and he swung right through it.
Smoltz took a long walk around the pitcher's mound. He does not look comfortable out there right now. It almost makes you wonder.
He ain't coming out of this game either.
2-2 to Sosa. Pitch on the way. Fouled away, and we'll do it again.
We talked about Russ Ortiz being the bulldog of the starting staff. Even in the heyday of the pitching staff, that the Atlanta Braves could run out there with Smoltz and Glavine and Maddox. Smoltz was the gamer. I don't know if he's feeling all that good. You don't see him walk around the mound like this. But he is the warrior of that staff, and he's not coming out.
Comes down to their final out. But Sosa, the tying run of the plate. 2 away. Bottom of the 9th inning, and a 2-2 to Sosa. Just going away. It is almost as though Smoltz is trying to regroup from the pain after every pitch that he throws. This is strictly speculation, but you said it. We've seen Smoltz pitch enough to know that he generally gets the ball, goes to the rubber, and throws the ball.
I think he wants to go after Sosa here and get the out here. I don't think he wants to have to face a Lou.
High fly ball. Straight away center field. Jones at the warning track. And the Atlanta Braves have sent it to Game 5 as Smoltz bends over, hands on knees, is able to get out of the 9th inning, allowing a run, but Game 5 will be played tomorrow night at Turner Field in Atlanta.
Smoltz is not shaking anybody's hand with his right hand. He's got his glove on his right hand, shaking everybody's hand with his left. That would tell me there's some pain there. Let's watch this at-bat again. Great confrontation between one of the best closers in the game against one of the best power hitters in the game. Fastball up and in first. Fastball away for a strike. Another fastball too far away. That's where the pain came in. Blew one by him. Fouled the fastball off. Here comes a slider for ball. And then on a 3-2 pitch, Sammy just misses it.
And then watch Smoltz's reaction.
Watch Smoltz not shaking anybody's hand with his right hand. He's hurting, Tom.
But Smoltz picks up the save and lets it downstairs to Chris Myers.
Staring elimination in the face. Chipper Jones answered with a couple of home runs. Talk about this win for your team.
That was huge. Anytime you're facing elimination and you're in a hostile environment, it's a tough way to go. But, you know, we just seemed to muster up enough courage to get it done today. A couple big home runs. I was really happy about that. I haven't seen them fly out of the ballpark too much lately.
Finally, cracking the Cub pitching. Is this something you can carry into Game 5?
Well, you know, Kerry Wood and Mark Pryor, Carlos Zambrano, Matt Clement. I mean, those guys got as good a stuff as any 4 starters in the game, and they're all on one club. We're going to get a second dose of Kerry Wood tomorrow. Hopefully we'll fare a little better against them than we did in Game 1.
These Cub fans waiting 95 years for a playoff postseason victory. You're going to make them wait a little longer. What was going through your mind with Sammy Sosa up there, the tying run?
How it would be a storybook ending either way. You know, I mean, for us to knot things up or for him to hit a home run to tie it up, I think the roofs might have come off this place if he had. And he put good wood on it, but didn't quite have enough today.
All right, Chipper, thanks for your time. Good luck in Game 5. Chipper Jones, 2 homers. Let's go back upstairs. Tom?
Chris, thank you very much. A coordinating producer of Major League Baseball on Fox is Michael Weissman. Our game today produced by Jeff Gallen, directed by Jim Lynch. Our associate director, Larry Lancaster. Our broadcast associate, Kevin Dresser. Thanks to our technical producer, Craig Marlowe. The pregame show produced by Gary Lang, directed by Bob Levy. And the coordinating producer, Scott Ackerson. Our studio technical supervisor, Jack Simmons. The senior producer of Fox Sports is Bill Brown, and the executive producers of Fox Sports are Ed Gorn and David Hill. For more information on today's game and the latest information on Major League Baseball, go to foxsports.com. For Steve Lyons and our entire crew, I'm Tom Brenneman saying so long from Chicago. There will be Game 5 tomorrow night on Fox. Kerry Wood against Mike Hampton. Let's go to Jeannie Zelasco and Kevin Kennedy in the Fox Network Center.
Fox tonight, it's a night of fleeing felons. First, cops pursue drunk drivers on the run. Then it took 11 years to capture this criminal mastermind. Now see the amazing gun battle that brought him down. An all-new Cops and America's Most Wanted next, except on the West Coast. Welcome inside the Fox Network Center. Jeannie's Alaska along with Kevin Kennedy. I think we are still recovering. Almost watched that one sail out of Wrigley. History not meant to be today, but if it's possible, the Cubbies head to Wrigley Field South with maybe some momentum.
Well, they got to feel good about the way they finished. And when you see Sammy Sosa at the end there give a little mini hop, normally when Sammy knows he's out of the ballpark, he gives you that big hop. He kind of gave that half mini hop. That's where I knew he just got off the end of the bat just a little bit, but very, very close.
Would that be technical, the half versus the mini hop?
It is, because if you know Sammy, I mean, it's the hop. I mean, that's him, and he knows when it's gone, and everybody in the ballpark
All right, let's keep breaking it down. These are pretty easy to break down because they're just gone.
Yeah, up and away right there. Matt Clement giving it up. You know, he hurt his groin, and I think that affected him in this ball game. Chipper Jones goes deep. Carroll's had a great ball game, and that's a hanging breaking ball by Ortiz. Smoked him in left field seats right there. Chipper again.
Yeah, these faces are looking familiar as we'll see Eric Carroll's do it again. Two guys with 2 home runs has never happened in National League divisional play.
You take it.
I think it's Mr. Carroll.
All right, yeah. Deep in Wrigley Field. I mean, this guy had a great game. He's having fun, as they talked about. Here's the finish right here. 3-2 count. See the mini hop? Just a little bit.
Yeah, just the mini hop. You're right, Skip.
Sure. He was hoping, you know, cold night in Chicago. You never know. In the summertime, might have been a home run, but we're going back to Atlanta.
It should be an exciting game 5. Of course, you can find that on Fox 6-4. The final. No Gary Sheffield in this one, and they got it done.
They got it done. Julio Franco was really a key. 3 base hits today. He got it done for him.
Can we talk about getting it done in Florida as well? Wow, the upstart Marlins upsetting the reigning champs.
Pudge had a huge series. Defensively, offensively, he did everything for them. No question about it, Jeannie. Miguel Cabrera, bottom of the 8th inning. Bases loaded, Pudge coming around to score. Torrealba can't hang on to the ball. Pudge would score. The go-ahead run, another one would score in that inning. And they try to come back, Jeannie, in the 9th inning. Hammond's right there. 1 run down now. JT Snow did not get a good jump. Or really trying to tell him to slide inside. You might have a chance. Instead, JT stays right in the line of Pudge Rodriguez. He holds onto the ball. Florida goes to the championship series.
Yeah, hanging on to that baseball. He said there was no way he was going to let it go. I bet he's still clutching it right now as they move on to the championship series.
Case.
Absolutely. All right, also looking for another trophy would be the Yankees. Got to get through the Twins first. You got to get through the Dome.
Over the baggie right there. Matsui got it done today. 2 runs on the board early for Roger Clement, and he was outstanding. 2 out, 2 on in the 5th. Mike Ryan, split-fingered, 90-mile fastball right there. Clemens puts it away. 7 strong innings. He gets the win. Rivera, 2 times in a row now, 2 innings to get the save.
All right, this one underway in Boston. Of course, the Red Sox desperately in need of a victory to stay alive.
Eric Chavez right there, the ground ball. We've got a rundown ensuing. The throw to home plate. They're going to run him all the way back to third base. 2 guys there, collision, interference. Yes. The run
you
would score.
Take your base.
Absolutely.
At this point, Boston will take it any way they can get it. The offense has not been alive this postseason, so even the freaky play will work.
And Derek Lowe pitched 2 innings the other day. He's got to have a big start today.
All right, let's look at
Otherwise, they are
down.
Done, Jeannie. 2 down, 2-0 right there. The Yankees, of course, 2-1. They can clinch tomorrow. That is David Wells. Big series right here tomorrow. We're going to have that tomorrow night on Fox. Tied 2-2. Kerry Wood will be on the mound.